Today, this committee will move forward on President Trump's promise of delivering historic tax relief for working families, farmers, and small businesses. The one big, beautiful bill is the key to making America great again. This moment has been years in the making. While Democrats were defending IRS audits on the middle class and tax carve-outs for the wealthy, Republicans on this committee got on the road to hear from real Americans about how the 2017 tax cuts benefited them. This bill wasn't drafted by special interest or K Street lobbyists. It was drafted by the American people in communities across the country. We heard from a mother in Iowa, Sarah Curry, who can afford the care required for her son living with disabilities because of lower taxes and the double child tax credit the 2017 tax cuts delivered. We met another Iowan, a farmer named Jolene Reason, who takes comfort knowing her sons won't have to sell off the family's farm's acreage thanks to a double death tax exemption. An accountant for small businesses in Georgia, Allison Couch, shared how the small business tax deduction helps her clients create jobs. And a North Carolina manufacturer, Courtney Silver, was able to give every employee a raise, expand her workforce by 20%, and start an apprenticeship program training the next generation because of the tax relief delivered in 2017. After the Trump tax cuts went into effect, real household incomes grew by $5,000. Prices were stable. 5 million jobs were created. Investment poured into every corner of America, and the economy grew faster than so-called experts in Washington ever predicted. If the Trump tax cuts expire, every single American will face, on average, a tax increase of 22%. Democrats who vote against this tax relief will be voting for the largest tax hike in American history. The loss of the small business deduction would destroy jobs and shutter doors on Main Street. Working class communities would be devastated by the loss of more than 1 million manufacturing jobs. Family farms would be sold off. This bill makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent, locking in lower tax rates for workers, small businesses, and farmers. These provisions offer the certainty and support small businesses and manufacturers need to invest in America and bring back the economic prosperity of President Trump's first term. The 2017 Trump tax cuts gave a boost to workers. The new 2025 Trump tax cuts will provide even more tax relief by delivering on President Trump's promise to hardworking Americans. And it provides that relief immediately. A single mom waiting tables will no longer owe taxes to the federal government on her hard-earned tips. The linemen who worked countless hours restoring power in the aftermath of devastating natural disasters in places like North Carolina and my home state of Missouri will no longer pay taxes on overtime pay. Seniors like my aunt, who had to take a job as a door greeter at our local Walmart to supplement her Social Security income after the loss of my uncle, her husband, will receive much needed tax relief in this bill. Working families will be spared from a $1,700 tax hike. Parents will benefit from a 25% increase in the child tax credit that will grow with inflation and get help with the high cost of childcare, adoption, and education. Americans will pay less for health care through expanded eligibility for health savings accounts, the elimination of bureaucratic waste and abuse, and the end of illegal immigrant access to Obamacare's premium tax credits. Main Street will grow again. This legislation makes the small business deduction permanent and increases it to 23%, helping small businesses compete with larger corporations with a lower rate. Mom and pop businesses will power the economy to new heights, adding 1 million new jobs annually and over $750 billion in growth over the next decade. Opportunity zones will ensure low-income and distressed communities, especially those in rural areas, share in this surge of new investments, new jobs, and new possibilities. 2 million family-owned farms and small businesses will benefit from a death tax exemption that is larger, permanent, and indexed to inflation, keeping the legacy of family farming alive in America. This tax bill will jumpstart a revival of manufacturing in our country. We are delivering on the president's pledge of lower taxes for companies who make the smart choice to build new factories in America. Working class families buying American-made cars will pay no taxes on their auto loan interest. And business will boom with a restored R&D credit, full expensing, and interest deductibility, creating jobs here at home and helping America compete abroad. The story of American manufacturing will transform from one of lost jobs, abandoned factories, and forgotten towns to good-paying jobs for Americans in new, state-of-the-art facilities. This bill also means the end of Washington's special treatment of wealthy elites. Exclusive universities with the largest endowments, many whom have failed to protect their Jewish students, will pay an endowment tax as high as the corporate tax rate. Democrats' bad tax policies that shower the wealthy, the big banks, and China with billions of dollars of special interest tax breaks will be replaced by good tax policy, helping the working class. Illegal immigrants will no longer be able to claim the refundable tax credits. Foreign nations will no longer profit from the Biden-era surrender of our tax revenues. Hardworking Americans like waitresses, mechanics, nurses, and farmers are the winners of this tax bill. Pro-growth tax policy will shift our economy toward one that serves them, not the wealthy and well-connected. A 3.2% boost in long-run GDP will translate to $4,500 of more income for the average family. My Democrat colleagues will continue to ignore the facts and make false claims about who benefits from this bill. These are the same falsehoods they repeated after the 2017 tax cuts, under which the share of taxes paid by the wealthy increased, while lower-income Americans paid less. I come from a community in Missouri of less than 5,000 people. Today, 1 in 6 of people there live in poverty. I grew up a family of 4, most of my life in a single-wide trailer. My priority is the working class because I'm a product of the working class. This bill delivers for those American families, just like mine, who have struggled to get ahead for far too long. Where I come from, you work until the job is done. The American people, they expect it. They voted for it. They deserve it, and they are tired of political grandstanding. They want real relief, and Congress must deliver it as quickly as possible. I urge all of my colleagues, put aside the politics, focus on the people, and vote to advance this bill. Remember the Americans we met traveling on the road and the people in each of your districts who are better off today thanks to the Trump tax cuts. Together with the one big, beautiful bill, we can ignite the second Trump economic boom and improve the lives of millions of our neighbors back home. I'm now pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So here we are. One big, beautiful tax cut for billionaires legislation. The Republican pathology with tax cuts for wealthy people continues. The theology for a long time, until it was put to rest, was that tax cuts would pay for themselves. Well, that's just what it was, theology. Then we heard in the middle of the Iraq War, the Republican whip in the House of Representatives say, quote, it was patriotic to cut taxes in a time of war. Then we were told it would always be about accelerated growth. Well, we'll take the Clinton growth rates any day. In 2017, our colleagues on the Republican side passed a tax law that was supposed to pay for itself, raise wages, and help working families. None of that happened. Instead, it exploded the deficit, worsened inequality, and left everyday Americans behind. This bill, as currently proposed, will cut health care from 14 million members of the American family. Now they want to double down on the same playbook, one that rigs the system for billionaires while everybody else pays the price. Here's the real they're going to ignore the baseline for 2017, just make people think it never happened. So they borrowed $2.3 trillion in 2017 for a tax cut that did not impel greater growth. They don't want to even pay attention to that. The other part of this, how about raising the debt ceiling by $4 trillion to pay for their tax cut, which will be with borrowed money? Let's be clear. The Trump economy didn't work for all American families then, and it won't work now. What we've seen is the continued chaos. No real trade deals, no lower prices, no economic stability, empty ports, anxious markets, and rising costs, while the president blames everybody but himself. Complain about the debt on Monday, and then borrow $4 trillion on Tuesday to add to the debt. This legislation pours gasoline on the fire that's already burning. Americans are buckling under the chaos that our Republican colleagues have helped to create, and this bill will make it worse. No wonder a strong majority of Americans believe that this could trigger a recession. They're right. This isn't about growth or prosperity. It's about protecting the ultra-wealthy again. Let me point something else out that's really important. We haven't seen the Joint Committee on Taxation distribution tables yet. You know why? Because that shows who will get what. And it'll give the American people a chance to contrast what's going to happen to those at the top and what's going to happen to those at the bottom who will get $1 a day in tax relief. 70% of the benefits in this bill go to the top 20% of the American family. That's before the Trump tariff tax takes $2,800 out of our household budgets each year, and then Republicans gutting health care that will just drive people to emergency rooms when the hospitals don't close. That's not a tax plan, it's a wealth grab. While the richest Americans are raking in piles of cash, they want to gut the Affordable Care Act, Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP. This bill is the greatest loss of health care in our history. According to the Congressional Budget Office, 14 million Americans will lose their health care plan. 2 in 5 pregnancies are covered by Medicaid. It funds long-term care, addiction services, mental health treatments. We all know people that have those challenges and problems. They're our constituents. Cuts like these will devastate families and entire communities, especially in rural areas. And what are they offering in exchange for this pain? The same tired promises that tax cuts automatically will give you more growth, even though the CBO says that's false. In fact, extending that tax scam could conceivably slow the economy, not expand it. It doesn't have to be this way. Republicans have chosen this path. They could have extended the expanded child credit, cut poverty in half. They could have made the ACA subsidies permanently. They could have made meaningful progress with long-term care and housing. Instead, another $2 trillion giveaway to the wealthiest Americans. When they start talking about the deficits, don't forget $10 trillion worth of tax cuts that have never been paid for. They'll use this hole as an excuse to come to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security next. It's the same pattern. Blow up the budget, then gut the programs that people rely on. We deserve a tax system that works. We deserve peace of mind and not the fear that our retirement plans will be taken away. We will continue to fight for the future as Democrats, and we intend to lay out for the American people precisely what this legislation means. It is a tax cut for billionaires. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Our only business today is consideration of the committee print providing legislative recommendations to comply with the reconciliation directives included in Section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025, HCON Res 14. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the committee print.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I want to reserve a right to object to your unanimous consent request and raise a point of order concerning its consideration.
So the next line is without objection.
It is with objection, with a reservation of objection. Hopefully, I can not object.
State
after
your
you explain.
objection, gentlemen.
Surely. Mr. Chairman, I just asked to be heard briefly about the amendment and the nature
State
of
your
my point.
objection.
My point of order is under House Rule 16, Clause 7, in that your 28-page bill that you filed Friday night is now a 389-page bill, that it includes multiple provisions that were not in any way referenced on Friday night, from the SALT cap to the $20 billion voucher plan to just one provision after another. And under House Rule 16, Clause 7, it is designed to help the members of Congress properly legislate by knowing what's going to be considered before we act. I have people in my district who will spend months researching a $40,000 car. We're being asked to consider a $5 trillion tax bill where we don't have the information since this bill deviates so much from the one that was filed Friday night. I have, Mr. Chairman, the House Practice Manual, and it makes very clear that on page 565 that the burden of proof is on the offerer of an amendment that deviates so fundamentally, and that this applies to amendments in the nature of a substitute. So I just ask you to clarify perhaps your broad definition of germaneness, if that is your position, will be applied similarly to any Democratic amendment that would be offered. But I'm trying to ensure that we don't have one standard that applies to your amendment and another standard that applies to mine or the others that might be offered. So perhaps you could just explain why you think this is germane to what you offered on Friday night.
The House substitute that we provides with all House rules. And so the gentleman is more than happy to discuss any of the conversations when we move forward within the substitute.
So your position is that our amendments, for example, to deal with the Affordable Care Act enhanced credits, though they're not dealt with directly in your bill, that germaneness will permit us to debate all of those matters on the merits?
We'll consider case-by-case basis as we move forward.
Sometimes your consideration tends to run a little one way.
You've stated your objection. We're going to move on.
All right. Well, my objection, I raise a point of order that
State your point of order.
the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not germane to the base bill because it includes multiple provisions: SALT, the vouchers, the denial of health care.
The gentleman will suspend for a moment.
Surely.
The amendment as a nature of a substitute hasn't been called up yet, so it's not timely to raise a point of order at this moment on.
Well, you're about to make a unanimous consent request that we dispense with any objection. So if you want to make that request, I will renew.
I was about to say the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point if there's no objection.
Are you referring to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
We are not there yet.
When you're there, I have a reservation of objection, and it will be somewhat similar to the one I just stated.
Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, at that point, I would reserve an objection and raise a point of order.
And that is the appropriate time.
Thank you very much.
That is not the appropriate time. Does the gentleman wish to reserve a point of order on germaneness?
I reserve a point of order under the House rule that I cited, hoping that we can comply with the rules, or if you're adjusting the rules, that it will apply the same to Democrats as Republicans. House Rule 16, Clause 7.
The committee is complying with all House rules, and we will continue to comply with all House rules.
Mr. Chairman, you're not complying with House Rule 16, Clause 7, which applies to amendments in the nature of a substitute of this type. And it's obvious from your expansion from 28 pages to 8.
Would the gentleman suspend?
Surely.
After I read this next line, the gentleman would have the opportunity to make the objection. So,
Sorry to jump
or
the gun,
to
but
raise
it's
the point of
important.
order on germaneness. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment.
Mr. Chairman, at that point, I would reserve an objection and raise a point of order.
This is the time you need to raise it, not reserve it.
Well, I'm reserving it because I'm hopeful that you'll give me an explanation that germaneness would apply the same way to Democratic amendments as you have applied it to your amendment in the nature of a substitute. And if that's not the case, and there's some possibility that our amendments will be rejected as non-germane, while yours, which is obviously non-germane, is okay to consider, I'm willing to withdraw the objection. Really was hoping to get more insight from you about your approach to germaneness and the vast change in this bill from Friday night, which gave us almost no time to prepare amendments or to be prepared to discuss its multiple provisions of a big, beautiful bill. And I'm hoping that the House rules will be followed more closely than the rule of law has been followed by the administration.
So the amendment in the nature of a substitute is germane, and we'll move forward as it being germane.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the amendment and request a vote on my point of order as described, that the amendment in the nature of the substitute is not germane to the base bill. It legislates on a different subject matter and has a different fundamental purpose from the bill that you noticed, and the burden is on you to show germaneness, and you've done nothing to show germaneness here. You've not only not met your burden, you've not even offered an explanation as to why you deviated from a bill of 28 pages and went to 389 pages with more new provisions than you had old provisions.
Okay, so the chair is prepared to rule that this is germane, so you're objecting to that and you want to...
I want a record vote on it.
Okay, so
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
you can't entertain another point of order while this is pending.
Can I ask a question about this vote before us, before we vote?
It's not debatable or discussion. We're going to it.
No discussion of germaneness, in other words. You're just going to rule on germaneness with no discussion
Does
of
the
germaneness?
gentleman wish to be heard on his point of order on germaneness?
I do.
Proceed.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I believe you are taking a very expansive view of germaneness when you add multiple provisions that are wholly unrelated to the 28 pages that you presented us on Friday evening. That Friday evening presentation seemed to be designed to minimize scrutiny of what you were doing, but not included in that 28 pages is any mention of SALT whatsoever, a matter that seems to have gendered some discussion in not only the Democratic caucus, but in the Republican caucus. Your expansive definition includes an entirely new $20 billion voucher system that seems to encourage parents to abandon our public schools. You help throw millions of Americans out of their health plan. You repeal all the renewable energy credits. That was not in Friday night, which have been generating so many new jobs, especially in Republican districts. You've given the Trump administration dangerous new authority to impose capital punishment on nonprofit universities, civic, and charitable organizations. And you have established a new category of tax-preferred savings accounts, which were not in the base bill. House Rule 16, Clause 7 is designed to help all of us on both sides of the aisle, as members of Congress, be prepared to legislate. It's designed to prevent hasty, ill-considered decisions. You know, Mr. Chairman, last Tuesday, it was Speaker Johnson himself who said that the legislation that we're considering right now would, quote, be the most important, the most consequential legislation that we'll ever be involved in our lifetimes, and arguably one of the biggest in the history of Congress. Shouldn't a matter of such importance, according to the Speaker, be in full compliance with the rules of the House of Representatives? At such a momentous measure, we ought to be complying with the House rules, and the precedents are clear. Under the House, there have been bills brought to the floor that have been rejected because they did not comply with the House rules. On Friday night, you set out what we were supposed to be prepared to legislate on Tuesday, and then hours ago, you totally altered it. If, as you and the President have been describing it, this is one big, beautiful bill, I have to say it's certainly hidden beauty. You certainly didn't want anyone admiring the flawless beauty very closely. By introducing a new subject matter not contemplated in Friday's base text and changing the fundamental purpose of measures before us today, this proposed substitute is manifestly non-germane. If you're rejecting the bill that you introduced on Friday night and asking us to consider this monstrosity, that is your right. But it is a right that can only be exercised after proper notice to us, which means giving members the requisite time to read, to understand it, and to prepare any necessary amendments, and to have the information that the ranking member referred to that we lack from the Joint Committee on Taxation. Mr. Chairman, I would just particularly address your attention to page 565 of the discussion of this rule in the House Practice Manual, which I brought along with me. Since under the House rules, you as the sponsor of this gigantic new amendment bear the burden of proof that it is germane to the underlying 28 pages, I would just ask you to explain how it is germane and assure us that if you're applying what appears to be a very liberal interpretation of germaneness, that you do the same for any amendment that may be offered by any member of the committee.
The chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman from Texas makes the point of order that the amendment proposed is non-germane. The amendment is in order and the point of order is overruled.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I would ask for a record vote.
Could I have a point of clarification, please, Mr.
You
Chairman?
have to,
Oh, pardon?
you have to appeal the decision
I'm
of the chair.
appealing the decision of the chair and asking for a record vote on that.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a point of clarification?
It's no discussion, a pending motion.
I can't make a point of, ask for a point of clarification?
No. What is the, I mean, we can. What is the clarification?
I would like you just to clarify why the bill that you put in, the amendment in the nature of a substitute, is germane.
Because it is germane. Mr. Buchanan.
So there's no rationale behind it, just because you say so.
Go ahead. The gentleman, Mr. Buchanan, is recognized for a motion.
I move to table the appeal.
Because I said so?
The chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans?
No.
Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, no. Mr. LaHood? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 25, the nos are 19.
There being 25 yeses and 19 nos, the appeal is tabled. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, Josh Sneed, Chief Trade Counsel, Patrick Dumas, Staff Director of the Subcommittee on Health, and Sean Freeman, Deputy General Counsel, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after their presentations.
Chairman Smith, Mr. Neal, members of the committee, you have before you several joint committee documents, JCX 18, 19, and 20, which describe the mark as noticed, and more relevant for today's proceeding, JCX 21 and JCX 22R, which describe the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute with respect to the tax provisions of the legislation that's before you. The legislation makes a substantial number of changes. I'll try to briefly highlight a number of them. In general, as was noted in the opening statement, the legislation would extend and make permanent almost all of the provisions of Public Law 11597 that were otherwise scheduled to expire at the end of this year. While extending those provisions, it does make a number of modifications. So, for example, the rate schedule that was established in the 2017 legislation is extended and made permanent. The standard deduction that was increased in the 2017 legislation is extended and made permanent. And the Section 199A special deduction for pass-through businesses is extended and made permanent, but each of these is also modified in terms of the indexing that was the indexing of the thresholds of the breakpoints and the values under those provisions by providing an additional year of inflation indexing in the calculation of each year's indexed change. In addition, the standard deduction for 4 years from 2025 through 2028 has an increase in value of $1,000 for single taxpayers, $1,500 for head of household filers, and $2,000 for joint filers. The child tax credit, which is extended permanently by the legislation, has for 4 years, 2025 through 2028, an increase in value to $2,500, and also on a permanent basis makes changes in terms of requiring Social Security requirements to be eligible to claim the child tax credit. The Section 199A small pass-through business deduction that I already mentioned has its deduction amount increased from 20 to 23%, modifies the test for the limit based on either wage or capital. And I want to point out that in the document describing this that was passed out to you, there's an error, 2 errors on page 22 where it incorrectly references 22% rather than the 23% deduction increase that I just mentioned. The estate and gift tax effective for 2026 will be have a $15 million exemption. That amount is indexed and is made permanent. The legislation repeals the old P's limitation on itemized deductions, but enacts in its place, effective for next year, a limit on the value of itemized deductions to 35%. That would generally affect only taxpayers in the top income tax bracket of 37%. In addition, the 2017 legislation had enacted a limitation on the deduction of state and local taxes, the so-called SALT limitation. The legislation before you would increase the current year $10,000 limitation to $30,000. This would be phased out for taxpayers with a modified adjusted gross income in excess of $400,000. And in addition, this legislation limits certain substitute payments, such as pass-through entity taxes that a number of states have enacted to enable taxpayers to mitigate the effects of this limitation. The legislation before you also enacts an exclusion on tip income. The exclusion applies to tips that are reported on W-2 wage statements. It requires reporting requirements. It's available to both itemizers and non-itemizers, and this would be effective for years 2025 through 2028. The legislation also provides an income tax deduction for qualified overtime. This would apply to all taxpayers other than to highly compensated taxpayers. There are reporting requirements established under the legislation, and this provision would apply years 2025 through 2028. An additional increase in the deduction for taxpayers age 65 or older is provided for years 2025 through 2028. The increased amount is $4,000 per eligible taxpayer. It is phased out for taxpayers with higher incomes. The legislation also provides an exclusion of up to $10,000 of qualified automobile loan interest for vehicles that are assembled domestically. This interest exclusion would apply for years 2025 through 2028. The legislation also increases the amount of refundability of the adoption credit to up to $5,000 on a permanent basis. There is an error in the description in the document that was passed out before you. To be clear, this provision would be effective for years after 2024. The charitable deduction, the limited charitable deduction for non-itemizers is reinstated, I should say, in this legislation. It applies for years 2025 through 2028. On business provisions, the legislation enacts, effective for property placed in service after January 19th, 2025 and through the end of calendar year 2029, 100% bonus depreciation. The legislation also provides for full expensing of domestic research expenditures under Code Section 174, again, applicable for years expenditures incurred in years 2025 through 2029. The legislation reinstates the adjusted income limitation on deductible business interest by reference to EBIT rather than EBITDA, again, effective for interest payments in 2025 through 2029. The legislation freezes and makes permanent the current levels of the deduction amounts under the FDII and the GILTI and the tax rate under the BEAT regimes. For manufacturing property, for years 2025 through 2032, 100% depreciation is permitted. This is generally for property, for structures that are engaged in manufacturing activities. A second round of opportunity zones is established with an emphasis on increasing the number and opportunities in rural zones. The legislation increases the expensing permitted under Code Section 179, generally applicable to smaller businesses, to $2.5 million. The legislation also repeals just garbled that, forgive me. The legislation establishes a tiered structure, an increased level and tiered structure of excise taxes on university endowments and private foundations. It creates a new code section 899, which provides remedies against unfair foreign taxes. Generally, this would increase certain taxes already in the code, such as the BEAT, gross basis withholding, and it would apply to individuals and corporate residents in those countries that are deemed to have discriminatory tax regimes. And the legislation would also establish a new excise tax on remittances from persons in the United States paid to persons in another country. There's many other provisions in the legislation. I'd be happy to answer any other questions that the members might have. It's just a general overview. Again, happy to answer questions the members might have.
Thank you. Mr. Sneed, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. I have simply one trade provision to cover today. Section 112031 modifies Section 321 of the Tariff Act of 1930, which is commonly referred to as the de minimis law, in two ways. First, it adds a new penalty provision applicable to violations of U.S. law through de minimis shipments. The level of penalty is up to $5,000 for the first violation and $10,000 for any subsequent violation. These penalty levels are the same as those included in Representative Murphy's bill that this committee marked up in April of 2024, and also are the same as those included in former Representative Blumenauer's de minimis bill. The effective date for this penalty provision is 30 days after enactment. Second, it repeals Section 321A2C of the Tariff Act of 1930, which provides an $800 threshold value for de minimis shipments and is the provision under which commercial shipments currently may qualify for de minimis treatment. The effective date of this change is July 1st, 2027. This separate provisions in the statute providing de minimis treatment for bona fide gifts or for articles accompanying persons arriving in the United States remain unchanged. This concludes my walkthrough, and I welcome any technical questions.
Thank you. Mr. DeMaw, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. The amendment in the nature of a substitute contains three provisions amending Medicare statute. Section 111-201 amends Sections 1861 and 1834 of the Social Security Act to allow otherwise eligible facilities that closed between January 1st, 2014 and December 26th, 2020 to reopen under the Rural Emergency Hospital designation. Section 112-104 adds a new section to Part E of Title 18 of the Social Security Act to limit Medicare benefit eligibility only for U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, certain Cuban individuals, and individuals living in the United States through a compact of free association. Section 112-204 adds a new section to Part E of Title 18 of the Social Security Act to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to contract with artificial intelligence vendors and data scientists to identify, reduce, and recoup improper payments under Medicare and report on such progress. This concludes the technical walkthrough of the Medicare provisions of this title.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the Committee on Ways and Means. In addition to the matters covered by Mr. Bartold, Sneed, and Dumas, and in compliance with the reconciliation instructions provided by House Concurrent Resolution 14, the Chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute includes a provision that increases by exactly $4 trillion the general limitation on public debt imposed by Section 3101 of Title 31 of the United States Code, and that was most recently reestablished on January 2, 2025, following a debt limit suspension period that ran from June 3, 2023 through January 1, 2025, in accordance with Section 401B of Public Law 118-5. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. This concludes my walkthrough, and I welcome any technical questions related to this provision of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to ask a technical question? Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, let me start with a simple question. What has the JCT reported as the fiscal impact of this bill that's being considered by the committee today?
Mr. Neal, as reported, the tax provisions only are in JCX 2225R, which is made available to all the members. And we reported the total for fiscal years 25 through 2034 as minus $3.819 trillion.
Thank you. As you know, it's the standard practice for JCT to report the cost of tax bills over a 10-year budget window. I've noticed that the document that you cited, that in one of those 10 years that included fiscal 2025, even though that fiscal year is now almost over, would a bill that is being considered in May of 2025 normally include 2025 in the budget window? And similarly, wouldn't that score instead include the year 2035 in the window?
Mr. Neal, in the routine course, we would report through 2035, consistent with the Congressional Budget Office macroeconomic baseline for the budget period. The reporting here is under the rules for the current budget reconciliation provision.
Instructions.
Resolution. Yes,
Instructions? Okay. So let me ask you this, then, Tom. Has JCT prepared an estimate of what this bill would cost under our standard budget window rather than the bespoke budget window that's been requested by the Republican colleagues?
I do not have that at this time. We will be working on that, and it will be provided to all the members of the committee as soon as we are able to do so.
So looking at those numbers, Tom, it seems clear that if my colleagues use the standard budget window, the cost would be well in excess of $4 trillion. And that's not even counting the gimmicks that have been used to make much of the policy temporary. So let me move on to the Republican claims that, notwithstanding the eye-popping JCT score, which, by the way, is even higher than I thought, of this bill, that they're being fiscally responsible. Now, one of those ways in Republican claims that these tax cuts will drive so much growth that they will increase revenue. In fact, Mr. Barthold, the chairman of the Budget Committee, claimed that the tax cuts that you see here would drive so much economic growth that it would generate $2.6 trillion in additional revenue. Let me ask you this, Mr. Barthold. Does the JCT believe that the growth from these tax cuts will generate $2.6 trillion in revenue?
Mr. Neal, under House rules, this legislation before you'd be considered major fiscal legislation and require us to undertake a macroeconomic analysis. We have started that, so it's probably inappropriate for me to prejudge the result of that analysis.
So how about $1 trillion?
Well, again, I shouldn't prejudge the result of the analysis.
How about $500 billion?
Again, I should defer and let my colleagues do their work, and we will report that to the House.
So you're pretty good at this. Worked with you for a long time. The effects of these tax changes on the economy are really not in front of us right now. But there's no one I'd trust more about cutting the edge of the research that's done by JCT. So with that in mind, maybe you might be able to name a respected economist other than those that are on this dais. That is, anybody suggested that these tax cuts being considered today would raise $2.6 trillion in revenue?
Mr. Neal, I have read news accounts from economists who have said that there would be large increases. I believe the White House's Council of Economic Advisors has. I do not recall the specific.
That's really important that they would say that, yes. Okay. So let me ask you this. Have you even seen a CBO score that's done a study showing that what these deficit-financed tax cuts will actually reduce growth?
Mr. Neal, I have read the report that you're referencing. The issue is, does additional borrowing, particularly in the short term, crowd out some potential for private investment, which could diminish future growth?
So I'm assuming, Tom, that when this analysis comes in way, way, way below $2.6 trillion, our colleagues across the aisle will accuse you of having no idea what you're talking about. But let me say this. We value the honesty that has come from JCT, and the facts still matter to us, this is going to blow another massive hole in the budget debt because of the borrowing from 2017 to the $4.5 trillion that will be borrowed when they raise the debt ceiling because of this legislation. Yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Additional members have technical questions. I'll recognize myself for a technical question. Mr. Barthold, I want to ask you a couple questions to make sure we all understand the scope of the no tax on overtime proposal that's within the legislation. A good friend of mine in Missouri is a hardworking lineman for the electric co-op. He makes $40 an hour for an annual salary of just a little over $75,000 a year. Under this policy, is my friend eligible for the new overtime tax deduction?
Yes, sir, he would be, because the only taxpayers that would be excluded are those that were considered highly compensated as defined in the prior year. Highly compensated, I believe the threshold at present is $160,000. So your friend the lineman would surely qualify.
So he often has to work overtime. Last year, he worked more than 300 hours of overtime. If I have this right, he could claim a deduction for his premium pay, which would be $20 per hour, multiplying that by 300 hours, and you get $6,000. He could claim that $6,000 deduction in addition to the standard deduction. Mr. Barthold, do I have that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That is real tax relief for one of the hardest working people that I know in my congressional district, and there are millions and millions of workers like him across the country. Additional technical questions?
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, and Mr. Barthold, thank you. I'm grateful that Ranking Member Neal clarified the so-called official score of this bill, significantly underestimating the true cost. Just to emphasize, what is the standard window normally used in evaluating legislation? How many years?
We hew to the Congressional Budget Office's 10-year baseline, which would, the present macroeconomic baseline runs through fiscal year 2035.
And just to be clear, that's not what's done here. It's a shorter window on this.
Under the budget resolution's instructions, we're looking through fiscal year 2034.
So cutting off a full year of what this would actually cost. I think there's other real costs. It seems like my colleagues on the other side either willingly or naively are deluding themselves, believing that they're doing something fiscally responsible. Part of that comes from the mind-boggling number of $2.6 trillion made up out of whole cloth. But another part of the delusion comes from the fact that so much of this bill is temporary. And we've seen this script before. In fact, we're talking about here, in the 2017 bill, the Republicans put all sorts of arbitrary and artificial cliffs into the tax bill back in 2017. And yet here we are today pretending like those don't exist. Virtually everything that either had a sunset or is now being, if it had a sunset, it's now being extended. Tax increases that were to go into effect on a delayed basis are now being turned off. The real question is, why on earth would we think that the Republicans on the other side of the aisle would change their behavior at the end of these sunsets? Mr. Barthold, let me ask you this. Has JCT estimated the cost of this bill if all the provisions with artificial sunsets are indeed made permanent like they're doing to the 2017 bill?
Mr. Snyder, at present, we have not. Now, I can I can prepare and deliver to the members estimates of making permanent those provisions that are identified as temporary, but we have not worked on the interactions that would be involved. So each estimate would be as a standalone. If you were to make the exclusion for overtime permanent, what would that be? If you made the exclusion for tips, what would that be? But we have not worked the interaction effects of how that plays in with both of them together, interacting with the changes in the standard deduction and the rate schedule.
Is that something?
But I can prepare, and we will deliver to all the member offices during this markup, unless the markup concludes in the next 45 minutes.
Right. No, thank you.
That information.
I'm confident it won't conclude in 45 minutes, but that would be useful because we have seen what they did last time. They're making permanent as if there was no cost. And just to be clear, if we can get those numbers on the traditional 10-year budget window, so we're seeing the normal measure.
Mr. Snyder, I don't have anything run out through 2035. Best I'll be able to do tonight is through 2034.
Well, maybe later we can look at that.
Yes, sir.
And looking at the numbers, some of the scores the committee has gotten in the past on these policies, it's pretty clear that we are, or the Republicans will try to make everything permanent. And the estimate, the Committee for a Responsible Budget is saying that it will cost well over $5 trillion. Over a 30-year period, the estimate is that these will cost $45 trillion, adding $45 trillion to our national debt that already sits at $36 trillion. That is an unfathomably large number. And just to put it maybe into a context, and maybe instead of using dollars, we should be using astronomical units. Just as an example, the nearest star to us, Proxima Centauri, is 25 trillion miles away. You could travel to that star, but it would take 4 years traveling at the speed of light. Travel there and back, and you would have the size of the debt that we will have in 30 years because of this bill. So in a few short months, you know, we're adding to the deficit, we're adding to the debt. The president's failing trade and economic agenda has already devastated the economy, putting small businesses over a barrel, raising costs for working families. Many economists are warning of the potential for an economic downturn or an impending recession. That really should concern us all. I want to take a minute to talk about the broader impacts of a potential recession on our economy. Mr. Barthold, in previous recessions this economy has endured, what were the impacts generally on revenues for the fisc, of tax revenues?
During recessions, sir?
During recessions?
Generally, income tax receipts decline, sometimes quite substantially. Also, payroll tax receipts, as unemployment rates increase, payroll tax receipts decline.
So it's really more than just income tax, it's across the board, which should raise concerns for all of us in light of the chaos and havoc we're seeing from the president on the economy. It's not just me saying this. Goldman Sachs has said it, Bank of America has said it, so many economists are predicting that we are headed towards a recession.
Mr. Snyder, your time has expired by more than 1 minute.
Well, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthol, are you going to have will we have distribution tables before this hearing's over today?
Mr. Thompson, members of the committee, yes, my colleagues are trying to finalize the distribution table.
How long do you think that will take?
90 minutes?
90 days?
90 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barthol, the bill that we're considering today, how many people will lose their health care if this bill becomes law?
I'll have to get back to you in a second after I check with my colleagues. I do have a note of some work that we have done.
13 plus million close?
If by the bill you mean the actions under the entire budget resolution,
Correct.
which involves work from the Energy and Commerce Committee, I'm not familiar with what's happening in Energy and Commerce and the effects of that. Do you know some of the effects within the tax
Does the bill that
provisions
we're
we
marking
have?
up today add to our national debt?
Again, the tax provisions only, Mr. Thompson, as I responded to Mr. Neal, over the budget period would reduce revenues by approximately $3.8 trillion in our estimation.
So a minimum of $2.8 trillion to our national debt.
3.8.
Does the bill that we're marking up today end tax on Social Security?
The legislation under reconciliation does not change any benefits or taxes paid into the trust funds for Social Security.
Thank you. So in 2024, for the first time, our interest expense exceeded our discretionary non-defense spending. In 2035, CBO projects our total defense and non-defense spending will be $2.2 trillion. $2.2 trillion. And our interest payments will be $1.7 trillion. That's a scary fiscal picture. Mr. Barthol, you reported the cost of this bill to Mr. Neal as $3.8 trillion. But we know that, as Mr. Neal and Mr. Snyder both pointed out, the real cost is more like $5.3 trillion. So that being said, I'd submit that even the $5.3 trillion number isn't the real cost because, and Mr. Bartholt, tell me if I'm correct, that the cost cited in the conversation that you had didn't include any additional interest the government will have to pay to service all this new debt. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Thompson. We do not report on changes in interest that will be required if the debt increases.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Barthol, why should our committee or why should the American people care about interest payments on the debt? What's the economic impact of the growth of interest payments?
Well, Mr. Thompson, the growth of interest payments, as you just pointed out, they're a cost to the federal government. They potentially crowd out other items that members might think are worthy in terms of fiscal activities of the federal government. It's an increase in government outlays, which either at some point should be offset by increased revenues or reduced spending, a combination of both.
Thank you. So make no mistake about it, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. What the committee is dealing with here is a deficit finance tax cut, which will cause soaring interest payments. This is a fiscal tenuous moment for our country. Our debt and our deficits are soaring, and our interest payments will as well. Without a doubt, crowd out any growth aspects you might hope to receive from this tax bill. We could have gone a different way here today. We could have worked together to protect 98% of Americans who earn under $400,000 a year. We could have ensured that they wouldn't receive a tax increase and work together for a responsible way to pay for the cost of that smaller bill. Instead, we're maxing out our credit card, passing the debt on to future generations, and then also applying for 3 more. This is the height of irresponsibility, and I can only hope we don't pay for this in the credit markets, although I remain hopeful. I am concerned. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure my friend and colleague, Mr. Thompson, would like to know what the interest rates in terms of U.S. Treasuries have increased over the last 4 years since President Biden was in office. Mr. Barthol, do you know what those, what our payments on our debt was when President Biden took office?
Mr. Arrington, I'm afraid I don't have.
Does roughly 300 billion ring a bell sound relatively close?
Again, Mr. Arrington,
it was
I really
around
don't know for
$300
sure.
billion. Do you know what it is? Do you know what it was when President Trump took over after 4 years of 40-year high inflation after a record spending spree? Do you know what those payments are today? It's almost $1 trillion, just to kind of cut to the chase. So we're talking about triple the interest payments because of the policies of the previous administration. So we'll see what we as Republicans with unified Republican leadership can do about that. But so far, the prices have come down. The recent inflation reports, do you know, Mr. Barthol, what those are? Are they going up or down in terms of inflation? Core inflation.
Core inflation has moderated, is still slightly above.
Moderated in terms of it's slightly going down?
It's coming down closer.
Yeah, in 100 days, that's pretty remarkable to me. core output, is core output going up or down in terms of economic output?
The gross domestic product has continued to grow in real terms, sir.
It continues, so we're growing that. And do you know about the job participation rates? For the last 4 years under the Biden administration, they've been below what we had pre-COVID. Are they going up in terms of people going back to the workforce or going down?
I honestly do not know the current labor force participation
They're
rates, so I'd have to
slightly
look them up.
up and improving. We're talking about 100 days into this new administration. My friend and ranking member made mention of the growth rate assumptions, suggesting that they, I think fairly suggesting that they were not, I mean, I hope this is fair to say and to characterize, suggesting that they were.
When the gentleman finishes, I'll say we're
Yeah,
not there fair, yeah.
that they were not based in any rationale of accomplishment in any recent historic terms. 50 years, what's the average of 50-year GDP growth in this country? Do you know what it was, the average annual growth rate in this country over the last 50 years or 30 years?
Historically, there's a break in post-World War II growth noted about around 1973 to 1975, the time of the oil crisis and stagflation.
So the average is
so
3%.
I was going to say it's lower now than it was from 1945 to 1972.
Yeah, so it's 3% roughly. And there were a couple of decades where we had over 4%. Do you know what the annual average growth rate was for this country and our economy under President Biden, controlling for the first year $2 trillion, sort of flooding the market with spending? So do you know what the last 3 years were, annual average growth rate for President Biden?
I don't have those figures.
It was
at my fingertips.
2.7%. Do you know what the growth rate, annual average growth rate of President Trump was before COVID?
Again, I don't have those figures.
It was
before.
2.8%. Do you know what the assumption was of the Budget Committee in terms of the annual average growth rate for the purposes of budget reconciliation? 2.6%. So we are actually more conservative than both President Biden or the growth rate under President Biden and under President Trump. Remarkable, isn't it? So do you know, last question about growth rates. Do you know what the growth rate increase was from when President Trump took over, when it was at 1.8%, and just prior to COVID under President Trump and unified Republican leadership? Do you know what that delta was in terms of growth?
Again, Mr. Arrington, I don't have those figures here at the table.
It was 1%, which was the 2.8 on average. Ours was 2.6. If we'd have maintained 1%, we would have had $3 trillion in additional revenue. Did we have record corporate revenue after TCJA for the following year or two?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay.
Corporate receipts.
Record revenue, record low unemployment, and record low poverty rates, record investment, record repatriation, record job growth, 1% GDP growth,
Gentleman
and an
yield?
annual average of 2%. I'm just...
Will the gentleman yield?
The
Yes, I
gentleman's
do.
time's
Yeah.
expired, but I'll call on you next.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Neal.
Thanks, Chairman. So what the gentleman has suggested, record this, record that, no. None of what he has suggested comes close to what was produced during the Clinton administration. None of it. Record growth, 4 balanced budgets, poverty down, revenue through the roof. So that's simply a misstatement of fact. I yield my time back.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you. Mr. Bartold, is there anything in the current no tax on tips section that would stop a related party, like a family member, from calling a $20,000 gift payment a tip just to get the tax break?
Mr. Horsford, the legislation does have several guidelines. One, tips generally have to be qualified, have to be reported by an employer on a wage statement, a W-2. Also, tips are only qualified tips if they're in industries in which tipping has been historically customary. So, for example, a hospitality industry. So just any employee could not readily claim that some income was tip income.
Thank you, Mr. Barthold. And I do know that there are a number of necessary guardrails to ensure tips are not used as a loophole. And while I'm glad to see that the no tax on tips is in the bill, albeit temporarily, I would ask that my Republican colleagues join me to prevent tips from being used as a loophole. And so we'll be coming back to that later. Mr. Barthold, my concern overall is that this bill benefits the wealthiest. Millionaires are getting a tax cut while those earning under $50,000 per year are getting just pennies. Meaning the people of Beatty, Nevada, in the rural part of my district, whose median income is $24,000, are getting pennies while billionaires are getting gold bars. But I think there's even more to this story than that. Mr. Barthold, can you briefly describe for the committee what this bill does to the estate tax?
Under the legislation before you, Mr. Horsford, it increases the exemption amount to $15 million effective for gifts and estates for bequests in 2026, and it indexes that $15 million amount. That's an increase relative to present law. For 2025, the estate and gift tax exemption amount is $13.99 million, just under $14 million. It also is indexed. If it were extended with indexing, it would be somewhere in the $14 million range for 2026. So it's an incremental increase beyond simple extension of what was enacted in the 2017 legislation.
So, and how much did that cost?
The 2017 legislation, I'd have to look up. I don't recall offhand, but our estimate for the effect of the legislation that's before you is $211 billion over the period 2025 through 2034.
Thank you. And are those changes to the estate tax outlined here reflected in those distribution tables?
Because the estate tax is, this is a real wonky answer, it's a tax on a stock, a transfer of wealth, and everything else that we're looking at is really looking at flows, be it a flow of income or a flow of consumption if it was an excise tax. It's not really cricket to weave the two together. That's a long answer to say the answer to your question is no. Changes to the estate tax will not be reflected in the distribution tables that I'll be making available later in the day.
Thank you. So these aren't in the distribution tables, but the benefits certainly go to well-off individuals. Let me ask you this, Mr. Barthold. For 2022, the last year for which you have data, how many people paid the estate tax who had an estate of over $100 million?
I'll have to respond later to you on that. I know that we've done some analysis on that.
I believe it's approximately 200.
I will respond to all the members of the committee and give them a figure.
Doesn't this bill give those $100 million plus estates, doesn't this bill give those estates tax benefits of millions of dollars?
Absent this legislation, the estate tax exemption would fall substantially. So yes, it would provide an additional exempt amount for all large estates, so and more modest estates as well.
So thank you. So clearly the estate and gift tax provisions benefit very wealthy taxpayers, isn't it fair to say the JCT data underestimate just how much this bill benefits wealthy taxpayers then?
Again, as I explained, why we don't distribute the effects, but it does not reflect the effect of transfers of wealth. That's correct, sir.
So let's then turn to the other side of the distribution tables then, the lowest end of the income scale. Mr. Bartold, there are other committees that are also have instruction around the reconciliation process. And one of those committees, the Energy and Commerce Committee, has an instruction to raise $880 billion. How are they going about doing that?
Mr. Barthold, I'll let you respond to this, but we're a minute over, and I just let him respond, and then your time has expired.
Mr. Horsford, I'm really not up to speed on what's going on in the other committees. This committee's been keeping us fairly busy.
Well, they're Medicaid cuts. It's the largest cut to health care in the history of the country. That's what's happening in the other committee. The exact same time this committee is marking up the biggest tax cut for billionaires. I yield my time.
There was nothing to yield. Mr. Doggett?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, I just want to be sure that it's clear the enormity of what's at stake here today. Now, you've indicated, I believe, that the tax cuts you estimate at $3.8 trillion. Is that correct?
That's correct, as reported on JCX 22R.
If they're made permanent, it's $1.4 trillion more.
Have not made that estimate. We'll be getting supplemental
Committee for a
information out to you.
Responsible Federal Budget has, and of course, that's not even considering interest. We had over $1 trillion in interest payments this past year, more than defense. And we're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars there. And just to understand how big that figure is, it's about, if you make these tax cuts permanent, it's about twice the size of the entire Social Security Trust Fund. That's what's at stake. It's more than the entire gross domestic product of Germany, the strongest country in Europe. Now let's talk about the enormity of the harm that is being done to people on their health care. Is it correct, Mr. Barthold, that this legislation fails to extend the enhanced tax credits that lower the cost of insurance for millions of Americans who purchase their own coverage through the marketplace?
That's correct.
And when the
Mr.
Republicans permit these credits to expire in a mere 7 months, what is the effect on health insurance premiums for those individuals that rely on the marketplace today?
Work that our staff has done in conjunction with the Congressional Budget Office suggests that the premiums will increase for individuals, sir.
Yes, sir. They go up about almost 8%, I believe is the specific calculation that you did. And is it true that this failure on the part of Republicans will raise premiums not just for those, not that they'll raise them really for nearly everyone in the marketplace, not just for those who receive the subsidies?
That's correct. That's part of the analysis.
If my understanding is correct, failure to extend this policy will result in an increase in the number of uninsured Americans. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. That's
yes, sir. And I've received data. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to include this letter from CBO saying that 4.2 million Americans will lose their coverage in 7 months if you are successful with this bill.
Is it germane?
Well, I guess that's the question. And germaneness, Mr. Chairman, goes to another question I have for Mr. Barthold, because Mr. Barthold tells us he cannot tell us the macroeconomic effects today, cannot tell us who gets what out of this bill. We think it's mostly billionaires, but who gets what? Because, Mr. Barthold, you only got this full bill within the last 24 hours or so yourself, didn't you?
Well, Mr. Doggett, I think you know that we do work with the chairman
sure
and as they develop policies.
Yes.
But yes, the final
I'm sure
legislation
you
was
didn't have the
yesterday.
final bill till yesterday, and that's one of the other reasons it's so important to comply with all the rules of the House rather than to break them as has occurred today. Now, let me ask you also about another entirely different section of the bill concerning the energy ITC and PTC provisions, these investment credits that have been so important. If I understand it, over the past 15 years, when clean energy production and investment credits were being guaranteed so that someone could begin construction, that you consider the year facilities are placed in service, not the year that the construction began. Is that correct?
Yes, that's,
And with all the unpredictability of Trump's up and down tariff taxes, the supply chain difficulties, and the natural disasters that are made worse by climate change, all this chaos, no project developer worth his salt can actually guarantee when their facility will be placed in service, can they?
there is more substantial uncertainty, yes, sir.
Under current law, if a taxpayer started construction, say, on an offshore wind facility on January 1st of this year and maintained continuous construction, would they be eligible to claim the credits if their facility was placed in service in 2032?
Yes, sir, under the begin construction rule.
And if the proposal today was amended to maintain the 15-year precedent, these credits are based on when the construction begins, but Republicans still chose to phase the credit out, say, in 2028, would the taxpayer still be eligible? Yes.
No, sir, not if it's phased out.
Well, wouldn't it be based, if you maintain it the way it is?
Oh,
today?
under
They would
begin
be
construction, yes, that's.
Instead,
correct,
under
sir.
the text before us today, the value of the credit they'll be entitled to by changing that is zero, right?
Yes, sir.
They get no benefit. We reject a 15-year way of handling these important facilities, many of which may already be under construction. They're doing their due diligence. They're proceeding with their construction on a continuous basis, but suddenly this bill will wipe them out. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize Mr. Miller for 5 minutes. Mr. Miller is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My friends across the aisle appear to be opposing tax cuts for all Americans just to spite President Trump. But, Mr. Bartold, is it true that doubling the standard deduction in 2017 helped simplify the tax code and lower taxes for millions of Americans?
Mr. Moore, the increase in standard deduction reduced the number of itemizers substantially from around 1/3 of tax filers to the neighborhood of 10 to 15%. And many people consider that a substantial simplification.
So the answer is yes. Thank you, Mr. Bartold. Now, my Democrat friends oppose this bill. What happens to the standard deduction that so many everyday Americans rely on if this bill passes and this provision expires, Mr. Bartold?
Could you run that back if the standard deduction is not extended?
That is correct.
If the standard deduction is not extended, a substantial number of taxpayers, again, will probably choose to itemize, requires additional record keeping, generally more complexity, probably back up again above 1/3 of tax filing units would be itemizing.
Thank you. And for what we have within this bill, we added for a year of inflation. Is that correct within the standard deduction?
The standard deduction, the rate bracket points, a couple other provisions modified the inflation adjustment, effectively giving an extra year of inflation in the calculation, increasing those values.
Thank you. So we accounted for inflation and added it for an extra year. I appreciate that. So essentially, we have a 4-year boost, would you say, from 1,000 to 2,000 starting in 2025?
Well, inflation is calculated year over year. It's just that you're getting an extra year's boost from the relative to that base.
Thank you. So it's still 1,000 to 2,000. So the answer is yes. This is incredibly helpful for our constituency as the vast majority of the country uses standard deduction. In the Ohio 7th Congressional District, 93% of my constituents use standard deduction. So if this were not to continue, 93% of my constituents would be hurt by this expiration. Is that correct?
93% would have a smaller standard deduction. Not everybody necessarily has lower, would have an increase in taxes because of the other provisions that would be expiring. But yes, a substantial number of people would lose the benefit of the higher standard deduction.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Ms. Sanchez for 5 minutes. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Del Bene. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bartold. I wanted to talk to you about the child tax credit. You likely recall the changes Democrats made to the child tax credit as part of the American Rescue Plan. Back then, we increased the value of the child tax credit to $3,000 per year and $3,600 per year for young children. Mr. Bartold, is that number, those numbers, higher or lower than what is proposed by Republicans in this legislation?
This legislation for a temporary period would have a child tax credit at $2,500, so lower
It's
than.
lower. And Democrats also ensured by making the credit fully refundable that the full credit went to all taxpayers, especially the ones with the lowest incomes, the families that arguably need the credit the most. Mr. Bartold, does this Republican bill ensure that children in the poorest families receive the same assistance as children in families that make $400,000 a year?
No, Ms. Delbenny, there is a phase-in of the credit which is based on earned income. So it's limited by, the refundability is limited by the amount of the household's earned income.
Thank you. So no, under this bill, a family making $400,000 per year gets $2,500 per child, but a struggling family where maybe there was a job loss or even a family when both parents are working full-time earning minimum wage but are still scraping to get by, they just get a fraction of that. Mr. Bartold, does JCT know how many low-income children won't receive the full value of the $2,500, the $2,500 credit under the Republican bill?
I think I can provide the committee with an estimate of that. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I will get an estimate to the committee.
And it's true that some children, even if they have Social Security numbers, may not get access to the credit.
Again, for the point that you raised, Ms. Delbenny, because there's a limitation on refundability based on the earned income of the household, there can be some households where there's not full refundability.
Lastly, the American Rescue Plan ensured that taxpayers would get delivery of the child tax credit on a monthly basis to ensure that funds were available to meet families' monthly needs. Does this bill do that?
It does not provide for monthly refundability, no.
And also under this bill, if a family has a baby on January 1st, does that family receive the child tax credit before the child turns 1 year old?
No.
But
and if a colleague did just pass me the information that we have on number of children with Social Security numbers who would not receive the full value of the $2,500 child tax credit, and our estimate of that for tax year 2026, so next year, would be approximately 17 million children.
Thank you. Astounding number. And then if a family had a baby in November, would they receive the child tax credit before the child turns 1 year old?
Yes.
So inconsistency depending on the time of the year, also in the legislation Republicans are proposing. So it certainly seems like the child tax credit in this bill is woefully inadequate, does not reach all the children and their families who have needs, and does not prioritize children in families who need it the most. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Baney,
Mr.
would
Chair.
you yield?
I yield to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Mr. Barthol, my friend from Texas has made the point that middle-class folks are going to get something out of this and got something out of the last bill. Isn't it true that this committee can write a tax bill that benefits people in that proverbial middle class, people who make less than $400,000, without having at the same time to give a huge tax cut to the richest people in the country?
Mr. Thompson, the members have often chosen to limit
Can we do that?
benefits.
Can we write a tax bill that targets the middle-class people?
Of course, you can design policy to target as the members choose.
Without a big giveaway to the richest people, people who don't need the help right now.
As I said, decisions for the members to make, sir.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Ms. Sanchez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Barthold. The title of Part 2 is Removing Taxpayer Benefits for Illegal Immigrants, but I think that title does not match the actual language of the bill. Mr. Barthold, my understanding is that these sections make changes to whether lawfully present individuals can access premium tax credits. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Sanchez, that's correct.
So we are talking about lawfully present individuals.
Yes, Ms. Sanchez.
So lawfully present individuals are not illegal immigrants, are they?
No, they're lawfully present.
Okay, so the title, Removing Taxpayer Benefits for Illegal Immigrants, is actually false, patently. Yes?
Well, I didn't make
It's
the title.
inconsistent. Is it inconsistent?
I think you established that under the legislation, there could be some lawfully present individuals who are denied.
Do these sections make changes to illegal immigrants' eligibility? Are any of the categories of immigrants covered in this section those that are illegally in the United States?
Those such individuals already are not eligible, Ms. Sanchez.
Correct. Illegal immigrants are not eligible, but I'm asking whether or not the sections in the text of the bill that we are marking up today make any changes to illegal immigrants' eligibility.
No, they do not.
No, they do not. Are any of the categories of immigrants covered in this section those that are illegally in the United States?
No.
No. So the title is patently false and misleading. Do these legally present individuals pay taxes, generally speaking?
The lawful residents present in the United States can have jobs. They may pay payroll taxes. They may pay income taxes.
So generally speaking, if they're in the country legally and they're working, they generally pay taxes.
There will be some. There will certainly be some taxes paid. Yes.
Okay. So the title of Part 2, Removing Taxpayer Benefits for Illegal Immigrants, is patently false. It's misleading. But this section, nevertheless, is removing benefits for legally present individuals. And I would note that a similar change is made with respect to Medicare, again, pertaining to legally, lawfully present individuals. Is that correct?
I don't know about the Medicare piece, Ms. Sanchez, but yes, related to the provisions here in the Internal Revenue Code.
Okay, so they're saying they're taking away these benefits from illegal immigrants, but this section solely deals with lawfully present people who are paying taxes into the system and now are going to be denied those benefits. Really great work, guys. Mr. Barthold, can you describe the rules that the Republicans placed on the child tax credit related to identification requirements when they enacted their bill in 2017?
Pardon the delay. In the 2017 legislation provided that the child had to have a Social Security number.
The child had to have a social, so proving that the child is in fact a citizen. Can you explain the rule that has been added to this bill in contrast to that bill?
Both the child and the taxpayer and taxpayer's spouse have to have Social Security numbers.
So under this rule that's in the text of the bill today, a child with a Social Security number, a citizen of the United States, is going to be denied the vital support of the child tax credit that the child tax credit provides if one of the parents doesn't have a Social Security number.
That's possible, Ms. Sanchez, yes.
Okay, can the GC, I don't think that's possible. I think that's the whole purpose of this section of the bill, is to penalize these children even though they're United States citizens. Can JCT provide this committee with a number of the citizen children that will be denied the child tax credit as a result of this provision?
Yes, but it'll probably take me a couple of minutes to find it.
Okay, I'll let you do that calculation, but I just want to make this last point in closing.
Okay.
In the 2017 tax bill, we were told many things about how great that bill was, And we were sold on the many benefits I might add, that never materialized, one of which was that it was going to be so easy that people were going to be able to file their income tax on a postcard. Mr. Barthold, do people file their income taxes on a postcard?
Ms. Sanchez, no to the postcard, and
No to postcard.
and my colleague did provide an estimate that we have developed in answer to your question, and we estimate, again, looking ahead a year, 2026, we estimate that approximately 2 million children with Social Security numbers will be denied the child tax.
2 million
General Lady's
kids
time
who
has
are
expired.
citizens of this country are going to be
My colleague's time
denied
has
the
expired.
child tax credit. And I would just say this bill is more inflated promises, but
My
the
colleague's
reality,
time
it's
has
pain for
expired.
American families and it's gain for millionaires.
My
And with that, I
colleague's
yield
time
back.
has expired. I now recognize Mr. Yocum for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, my colleague on the other side of the aisle just described the child tax credit provisions under the American Rescue Plan Act. How long were those provisions in effect for?
Just 1 year, I was thinking.
1 year.
1 year.
So what you're saying is that when Democrats held the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and they had the opportunity to make those provisions more generous and potentially even make them permanent, they chose to allow them to expire after 1 year. Is that correct?
1 year. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Davis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, one of the primary anti-poverty tools that we have in this country is through the Earned Income Tax Credit, which lifts nearly 6 million people above the poverty line every year. In 2021, Ways and Means Democrats led the charge to strengthen the Earned Income Tax Credit by significantly expanding the credit for taxpayers without dependents. This assured that workers were not being taxed into poverty by the federal government. So, Mr. Barthold, let me ask you this question. Other than for a narrow group of Purple Heart recipients who also earn SSDI, does the bill before us today make any changes to the Earned Income Tax Credit to better help single workers, younger workers, older workers, foster youth, or homeless youth?
Mr. Davis, the legislation before you does not specifically address any of the categories of workers that you mentioned. It establishes in Section 112206 a certification program for establishing a child's status as a qualifying child of the taxpayer. As you noted, it does make change for Purple Heart recipients, but it does not directly address specific categories of workers.
Thank you very much. And let me ask, am I correct, or correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the 2017 Republican tax bill change the way in which we adjusted for inflation, causing the growth in the Earned Income Tax Credit to slow down?
The 2017 legislation changed for almost all purposes in the individual income tax inflation adjustments. That was rate brackets, standard deduction, and as you note, the Earned Income Tax Credit. It went from the regular CPI to what is referred to as the changed CPI. The changed CPI generally grows at a slower rate than the regular CPI. So the short answer is yes, the result is that the parameters defining the Earned Income Tax Credit grew more slowly, as did the parameters for the values of the standard deduction and the rate brackets.
So as a result of this TCJA, have there been fewer Earned Income Tax Credit payments to low-income workers than if the TCJA never passed?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
By roughly how much?
Okay, we've looked at some research on this in 2021 and 2022. The estimated difference in the effect due to the indexing using regular old CPI versus the chain CPI, it was about $1.5 to $2 billion in aggregate.
So while my Republican colleagues seem intent on showering their wealthy donors with tax cuts, they're doing nothing for the vast majority of our poorest workers, even while the poorest continue to feel the consequences from their original bill. Similarly, I'd like to ask you about child care. As you know, Ways and Means Democrats significantly expanded the Child Independent Care Credit in the American Rescue Plan and made the credit refundable so all families could benefit from it. So, Mr. Bartha, as child care prices skyrocket, does this bill before us today do anything to increase the Child Independent Care Credit?
Mr. Davis, this legislation does not address the Child Independent Care Credit.
And so the priorities reflected in this bill are truly disappointing. Whereas Democrats put supporting the neediest and supporting working families at the top of our priority list, my Republican colleagues are ignoring these struggles while showering those at the top with tax cuts once again. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Barthold, for, Mr. Barthold, how long have you been doing this?
This, actually 2 days from today, will mark my 16th anniversary as the Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation.
And I think you can tell from the applause the enormous respect that people have for your job. When did you receive this bill that we're asking you all these questions on, the full bill?
The final completed version of the bill was delivered to us when it was delivered to you yesterday afternoon. Now, to be fair, and as you know from your experience, we work closely with all the members. We work closely with the chairman and his staff. So we were aware of many of the
understandable, but I want for the viewing audience to know that when you actually receive this and are supposed to answer all these questions. I have some technical questions that I wanted to ask you, especially was interested in what you were saying, how in a bill sometimes things can get crowded out by the changes that occur from a 28-page to over 400. But how many, because initially we had heard about this Social Security tax on income and that it was going to be eliminated altogether, but how many individuals will still be subject to tax on Social Security income after accounting for what's now called the senior deduction in this proposal?
Well, let's see. Under present law for 2026, we estimate that there will be about 56 million tax filing units with Social Security benefits. 32 million have Social Security benefits in their adjusted gross income because there is the exclusion for a number of taxpayers. And about 27 million have Social Security benefits in AGI and owe some individual income tax. Under the proposal for 2026, about 25 million tax returns are estimated to have Social Security benefits included in AGI and owe any income tax. Now, that's in part because they have other income. About 24 million tax returns will have Social Security benefits included in AGI that exceed the $4,000 additional seniors deduction and also will owe some individual income.
So essentially, this bill doesn't do as President Trump promised to eliminate taxes on Social Security because some seniors will receive no benefit or less than full benefits from the additional senior deduction from this bill. Believe it or not, Mr. Chairman, we do have a solution for that in a bill that we'd like to see at some time at least be heard. Mr. Bartold, at what income amount does someone stop paying FICA contributions to Social Security?
For the present year, it's $176,100.
Thank you. And so someone who's making, let's say, 2.5, I won't go to the 500 billion that our favorite person, Mr. Musk, is getting, but 2.5 million in annual wages, will they pay FICA throughout the year?
FICA is collected until you reach the maximum. So at that substantial rate of pay, no, you do not pay FICA.
So in the case of Mr. Musk, who receives a compensation package of more than $50 billion from Telsa, but has never received the salaried income, how much would a person who makes millions or billions in compensation through stocks contribute to Social Security each year?
Capital gain income, return on equity grants are not wages subject to FICA. There are certain stock compensation that is subject to FICA, and I'm not specifically familiar with Mr. Musk's compensation.
Is there anything in this legislation that would increase the amount of those making over $400,000 to contribute to Social Security or its solvency?
No, sir. There's nothing that would increase contributions.
So this bill raises the debt by over $4 trillion, yet
Gentleman's time has expired.
nothing to improve the Social Security benefits.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Chu for 5 minutes.
Mr. Bartold, not only does this legislation appear to cut trillions of dollars in taxes, but it appears to do nothing to address Trump's mass firings at the IRS or address the cuts to the IRS. Does funding to the IRS result in higher or lower revenue for the federal government?
Ms. Chu, the funding of the IRS, just to be precise, the analysis of that's carried out by our colleagues at the Congressional Budget Office. The Congressional Budget Office did, as part of the analysis for the reconciliation legislation in 2022, estimate that increased expenditures in different areas of the IRS, such as modernization, customer service, other different aspects, would have an effect of increasing collections by the IRS in excess of the investments in human and IT resources that would be necessary.
Thank you. And if this legislation were to be enacted, will this increase the federal budget deficit?
Again, drawing only on what the Joint Committee staff has reported in JCX 22-25R for the tax provisions. The tax provisions, as we conventionally estimate them, prior to a macroeconomic analysis, would increase the deficit by $3.8 trillion over the budget period fiscal 2025 through 2034.
Yes, so it will increase the budget deficit by $3.8 trillion, is what you just said.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you confirm that not only will this bill slash taxes for the wealthiest people in the country, but it will also make it easier for the same people to avoid paying the taxes they do owe because the IRS's ability to audit those returns and address this law breaking has been greatly diminished by President Trump and his administration?
Well, Ms. Chu, again, I have to rely on the colleagues at the Congressional Budget Office to opine on effects in terms of expenditures and allocation of resources within the IRS. And I believe we're just in the process of making available our distribution analysis on this legislation. Member offices should be getting it, and you should be getting it at the dais soon. So I can't really comment on the first part of your question about the distribution of the tax benefits under this legislation.
Well, if this bill is enacted, will this bill compound the fact that the budget deficit would be made considerably worse at a time when it is already rising and threatening the long-term solvency of programs like Social Security and Medicare?
Well, just to repeat, in terms of the analysis of the tax provisions, setting aside what might be happening in terms of reduction in spending or other or potential offsetting receipts, the tax provisions would contribute to a higher deficit. I do not know the total effect of what will be reported under the budget resolution.
But it will result in a higher deficit. I would like to repeat that. And will anything in this bill improve the solvency of Social Security and Medicare and strengthen those programs to ensure that Americans who paid into them for their entire lives can count on receiving their benefits when they reach retirement age?
This legislation makes no changes to Social Security.
Thank you. This clarifies quite a bit about the bill, which would not only cut taxes for the ultra-wealthy, but also give wealthy tax cheats the knowledge that they can break the law without consequences because our tax law enforcement has been defunded by the Trump administration. And together, these decisions will worsen the budget deficit and do nothing to protect Social Security and Medicare, which are under attack. And I'd also like to ask you about something that thousands of my constituents have been calling and writing to me about since the start of this administration, which is President Trump's decision to let Elon Musk, an unconfirmed, unelected billionaire, into the government's most sensitive systems, including the IRS records. Now, these are the most private and sensitive taxpayer information for our constituents. It's how the government pays Social Security benefits. And so, Mr. Barthold, is there any provision here to keep DOGE employees out of the Treasury payment system that includes taxpayer information, which is required to be confidential by law?
The gentlewoman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Sewell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, my question is regarding Section 25F and pertains to the qualified elementary and secondary education scholarships that are found on page 57 in the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Can you elaborate on the tax benefits that donors to private school voucher programs would receive from this measure? And is it possible for taxpayers to receive more than $1 benefit from taxpayers if they donate a dollar?
Ms. Sewell, the way this provision works is the proposal creates a non-refundable income tax credit that's equal to the aggregate amount of qualified contributions made by the taxpayer.
So 1 to 1.
One to
So
one.
if I give $1, I get $1 tax credit. Is that right?
The credit allowed cannot exceed the greater of 10% of the taxpayer's aggregate gross income. But yes, give $1, you get a credit for $1.
Now, could the taxpayer also receive a credit from the state on that same dollar that they donated?
The legislation does not bind state law in any way, so I guess that would be possible, Ms. Sewell.
So it's possible that that you could give $1 to these scholarship funds and get a dollar credit.
Actually, let me correct that. The legislation does try to provide that credit allowed to the taxpayer would be reduced by the amount that's allowed on a state tax return. So it's not.
So what about a deduction? Can you get a deduction, a state deduction for that same dollar?
Yes.
You can.
Yes,
So basically, a person can give $1 and get the benefit of more than $1 on their taxes if you combine both federal and state. What is the income amount for qualified students to receive these scholarships? Can a student whose parent makes over $100,000 receive one of these scholarships?
There are no restrictions on the students of these schools.
So I guess what I'm asking is, so the student's parent can make over $100,000 and they can still get a scholarship from the scholarship fund?
Yes.
So basically, you can give $1 to a scholarship fund, and then those people, the students who receive that scholarship, parents can have an income of unlimited amounts of money. Is that right?
Yes, as you've laid out the possibility.
So is there a provision within the tax code that would require that teachers at any of the private academies receiving these vouchers be certified or accredited?
Not aware of a code
No,
section
there's
that
not.
does that.
Is there a provision in the tax code that requires these private schools to provide special education or to educate disabled students like you have to do in public schools?
Generally, again, no requirement.
So does the contribution to churches get the same kind of tax treatment as this program described in this bill?
Well, a donation to a church may be deductible as a charitable contribution, and itemizers might be able to claim the charitable deduction subject to
But
limitations.
they are not going to be able to get the same kind of double dipping that
no, ma'am. No.
Okay. So my parishioners, the parishioners that tied with me at my home church of the historic Brown Chapel AME Church gets a less generous tax benefit than those that give to this scholarship fund. Is that right?
As you've posited the situation, yes, ma'am.
So what makes me concerned about this is that House Republicans have set aside up to $5 billion a year to go to scholarships for private and religious schools. This is an unprecedented effort to use public money for private schools. The program would be funded by donors who can contribute money or stock, and the students who receive it can have parents that make as much money as Elon Musk, right?
There is no income limitation on the
That's right.
on the donor.
What makes me particularly concerned about this is because in the Deep South, where I represent, Alabama, many of those private schools are segregated schools that are all white. And we would be giving a public benefit to private schools that promote segregation.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Moore for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartold, I'm going to ask you a lot of questions, and I don't want all my time consumed. So just follow me and please be patient. I want to ask you questions about Code Section 199A. This is a section that my colleagues, we've talked about helping families and workers. This one is the one that my colleagues like to refer to as a small business deduction. First of all, how much did this bill will it cost to extend this Code Section 199A? And I realize you don't have the 23%, and if you got only 20% numbers, that's acceptable. How much will it cost, the loss to the Treasury?
Ms. Moore, as we report in JCX 22-25, are the permanent extension plus the expansions of Code Section 199A we've estimated at a cost of approximately $818 billion over the budget period.
Okay. $818 billion is the cost to help these small businesses. Fine. Can you please tell me how, you have data for 2022, I understand. Can you tell me how, what was the total amount of the deductions claimed for Section 199A?
A little bit over $216 billion
Okay.
in tax year 2022.
Thank you. $216 billion in deductions, $818 billion in loss in revenues. That's a lot of money. But what we will do to help small businesses, we ought to do. Okay, now, I like to talk a lot about helping only the 1%. And the 1% makes maybe about $650,000 a year. Is that right, Mr. Bartold?
In reported adjusted gross incomes, that's about right, Ms. Moore.
Okay, so the top 1% of taxpayers by adjusted gross income claimed what percentage of these 199A deductions? The top 1%. How much did they get out of the whole package?
About 50%.
50%. The top 1% got 50%. And these are small business benefits. Wow. Half of it. So, for the sake of illustration, I want to take a real small business. Say a business that has $200,000 of AGI. What is the average amount of a 199A deduction that kind of business could claim?
Well, just to clarify, Ms. Moore, AGI applies to the taxpayer, and so it can be income from multiple sources.
This is all qualified business income.
If it's all qualified business income, $200,000 under present law, the 20% deduction, that would be a deduction of about $40,000.
Okay, but
if your question was taxpayers with AGIs of around $200,000 with qualifying business income being
that
less
was my
than
question, Mr. Bartold.
Well, then
okay, because
the
I'm
average
running out of
deduction
time.
is about $6,500.
That's right. It's about $6,000. So I'm going to go on. I don't want to burn all my time up. If you had a $10 million, there were 10 people, taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction had $10 million, and they got how much on average?
Adjusted gross income, $10 million, not all of which is qualified business income. So on average, those sort of taxpayers claiming about $500,000 in deduction.
All right, they got $500,000 in deduction. I'm going to skip some because it's taking a long time. So there are taxpayers in my state, the E-lines, who made over $100 million that claimed deductions under 199A. And so can you tell me how much that they received as a deduction?
100?
Yeah, $100 million of these small businesses.
Well, in 2022, there's in the neighborhood of 800 taxpayers with adjusted incomes exceeding $100 million who claimed a deduction under Code Section 199A, and the average deduction was around $11 million.
And did they, and I'm going to tell you,
Gentlewoman's time is expired.
17 million of these businesses, 84% of these businesses had 0 employees. So they didn't create jobs. Thank you so much for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman's time
and thank you,
expired.
Mr. Bartold.
I now recognize Mr. Byer for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And Mr. Bartold, the goal of my question is to elucidate how current law operates and how this legislation proposes to change current law. Current statute prohibits the President and the Secretary of Treasury from initiating an IRS investigation on any specific taxpayer as outlined in 26 U.S. Code 7217, which states, and I quote, "It shall be unlawful for any applicable person, that is, the President, Vice President, any employee of the Executive Office of the President, the Secretary of the Treasury, and other members of the Cabinet, to request, directly or indirectly, any officer or employee of the IRS to conduct or terminate an audit or other investigation of any particular taxpayer with respect to the tax liability of such preparer." Mr. Bartold, can you confirm that it would be illegal under current law for the President or the Secretary of the Treasury to initiate an IRS investigation on an organization's nonprofit status?
That's correct, Mr. Byer.
Thank you, sir. Under current law and IRS practice, if a taxpayer has demonstrated it is operating outside the requirements of his tax-exempt status, and there's an investigation by non-political IRS civil servants and due process for the organization involved. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Byer. There are situations where an investigation could involve chief counsel at the IRS, and the chief counsel is a political appointment.
Great, thank you. But I want to turn to the legislation. In Section 112209, it claims to combat tax-exempt organizations that provide material support for terrorism. Considering the Trump administration's clear weaponization of government, including the IRS, to pursue their political enemies, I want to make sure that I understand how this proposal would operate if it became law. The language in this section states, quote, "The term terrorist supporting organization means any organization which is designated by the Secretary as having provided material support to a terrorist organization." So the Secretary must notify the offending organization of its forthcoming designation and the name of the terrorist organization being provided material support, quote, "as determined by the Secretary." Mr. Bartold, does this language require that the offending organization be convicted in a court of law, for providing material support to an organization before losing its tax-exempt status?
No, Mr. Byer, the language does not require a conviction for providing material support.
Thanks. So to be clear, the only requirement is that the Secretary determines an offense has taken place, and that the Secretary can do so on his own authority and judgment without any judicial determination at all, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Byer. The proposal does not require judicial determination.
Thank you. And this legislation states that the Secretary must provide, quote, a description of such material support or resources except to the extent that the Secretary determines the disclosure of such description would be inconsistent. Could the Secretary assert that documentation of an offense is classified or, quote unquote, law enforcement sensitive and therefore provide no substantive description, let alone evidence, to an organization on their alleged offense? In other words, if this legislation were law, are there scenarios where a target organization could have no opportunity to review the evidence against them in order to meaningfully respond to the allegations?
Well, the proposal contemplates and allows the Secretary to withhold a description of the nature of the material support provided by the organization if the Secretary is determined doing so is inconsistent with national security. But the Secretary must note that he's made such a determination in a notice to the organization. And so then the organization may seek a judicial review of that determination.
Thank you. So in summary, this legislation will allow the Secretary on his sole authority to determine a tax-exempt organization has provided material support to a terrorist organization without any prior judicial review, and he could also do so without providing even a description of the alleged offense to the accused organization. The Constitution requires the executive branch to faithfully execute the law, but we've seen what contempt this president and this administration has for due process. There are current cases in litigation where federal officials are being threatened with criminal contempt and operating in bad faith. The administration's track record is taken to heart. This proposal will allow the Treasury Department to rescind the tax-exempt status for law-abiding organizations without due process, without judicial determination of guilt, and without providing evidence for the alleged offense. Mr. Barthold, if this legislation were passed into law, any administration, the Trump administration, any future ones, would be allowed to target its political enemies through unsubstantiated claims of supporting terrorism without providing evidence to revoke their tax-exempt status. If a group, a social welfare organization, a civil rights group, a religious institution, advocacy coalitions disagrees with the administration, they risk their tax-exempt status.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And my point is made. Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Swazi for 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Barthold, I have some technical questions for you, but first I want to point out a op-ed piece from Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri, the chairman's home state, when he said, I think it was just yesterday, Republicans are having an identity crisis. The nub of the conflict, will Republicans be a majority party of working people or a permanent minority speaking only for the C-suite? Mr. Trump has proposed working-class tax cuts and protection for working-class social insurance, such as Medicaid, but now a noisy contingent of corporatist Republicans, call it the party's Wall Street wing, is urging Congress to ignore all that and get back to the good old-time religion, corporate giveaways, preferences for capital, and deep cuts to social insurance. This wing of the party wants Republicans to build our big, beautiful bill around slashing health insurance for the working poor. My argument is it's both morally wrong and politically suicidal. So with that in mind, Mr. Barthold, the president has said that we have massive deficits, and they're going to be reduced to practically nothing in Asheville, North Carolina. In Politico reported that the president committed to publicly support Senate Republicans in their efforts to massively reduce the deficit. Chairman Smith said, if we don't reduce the deficit, we will spend more in the debt than we do on national defense. Jody Arrington, the chairman of Defense, said this trajectory of the deficit is unsustainable and is arguably the biggest threat failing our nation. And he said we have to reverse the curse. Lloyd Smucker, a good friend, said the reconciliation bill must not add to the deficit. And there are other quotes from Schweikert and Feenstra and Murphy and Moore and Aronson and Vern Buchanan and Adrian Smith and Mike Kelly says it's a threat to our national security. Darren LaHood, even Estes, a good friend, another good friend, said we have to have a balanced budget amendment. My question to you regarding the deficit, does the bill before us and this committee right now increase the deficit?
The legislation before you, as we've reported in JCX 22-25R, The tax provisions would increase the deficit.
Okay,
over
does the
budget.
president authorized as part of this bill before this committee to borrow $4 trillion?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay. Regarding salt, the president said when coming to Nassau County during the campaign, he says, I will turn it around. I will get salt back. I will work with the Democratic governor and mayor and make sure the funding is there to bring New York State back to levels it has never seen in 50 years. Mr. Barthold, does this bill before us restore the entire state and local tax deduction?
No, it does not, Mr. Suozzi.
Okay, the president has said that we are the party of the working class, and Chairman Smith has said we're the party of the working class, and other people have said they're the party of the working class. Punchbowl reported, Financial Times reported on May 9th of this year, Trump and Johnson agree to a new tax bracket for earners making more than $2.5 million. President Trump on Truth Social said he will graciously accept a tax increase in order to help lower and middle class families. I'm okay if they do it. Is there an increase in the tax rate for the wealthiest people in the United States of America?
The legislation before you extends permanently the top bracket at 37%.
So it does not restore it to what it was before, to 39.6.
That is correct, Mr. Suozzi.
So this is a tax decrease for the wealthiest Americans in our country, or it's a continuation of the previous tax decrease for the wealthiest Americans. Is that correct?
That's subject to different member interpretation, Mr. Suozzi.
Okay, on tips, the president has said your tips will be 100% yours. Does this tax bill continue the payroll tax on people's tips?
Yes, it does, Mr.
Overtime, the president said your overtime will be tax-free. Does this bill continue the payroll tax on overtime?
It does not exempt overtime from the payroll tax.
The president has said he's going to remove taxes on Social Security. Does this bill remove taxes on Social Security benefits?
The legislation provides an increased exemption amount.
But does it remove taxes on Social Security benefits as promised by the president?
Does not change Social
The president and the Republicans have made a very big deal about the importance of tariffs. Tariffs are essential, they say, in order for us to balance the budget, to do things to help bring money into the federal government so we don't have to cut as many things. We need to bring money in from tariffs. Does the Ways and Means Committee have the sole jurisdiction of the committees in Congress on tariffs?
I believe that is so, sir.
Is there anything in this bill whatsoever, this massive 400-page bill, this big, beautiful bill, this important bill that's comprehensively looking at the finances of the United States of America, does it have a single thing in it about setting tariff policy in America?
I'll ask my colleague from the Trade Subcommittee.
The answer to that question is yes.
What does it have?
The provision I walked through,
Gentleman's time has expired.
The provision I walked through, which eliminates our de minimis law, and tariffs would be applied to any packages that currently receive de minimis treatment, under which you do not pay a tariff.
Okay, I support the de minimis elimination, especially if we do it sooner instead of waiting until
Gentleman's time has
2027.
expired.
But all the other things we've been talking about tariffs have not been discussed in
Gentleman's
this
time
bill.
has expired.
Thank you.
I now recognize
Thank you.
Ms. Plaskett for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your patience in dealing with us and answering these questions. We know that this information was given to you at a very short time. I listened to my colleagues just recently discuss the amount of money that's given to the largest bracket. You said that that was a reduction in how much, Mr. Barthold, for the top bracket?
Absent this legislation, the top bracket would revert to a rate of 39.6. This legislation extends the 37% bracket that was established in 2017.
It extends the 37 bracket. And then what is the next bracket of individuals in the tax code?
35 is next down.
35. And who's within that group? What income bracket is that?
I'll have to check the break points. I'm afraid I don't know them off the top of my head. I'll get that for you.
I know that we just received the chairman's amendment in the nature of substitute the budget reconciliation, legislative recommendations related to tax. And this chart shows us in calendar year 2027 income categories and change in federal taxes in those categories. I was hoping, I'm not a math person, I actually went to Georgetown Foreign Service School because they told me there was no math requirement. I even applied early to get in, and then I got bamboozled when I found out that there was a 2-year of econ. So I'm going to need you to help me with the math here. It says here that for those individuals in the income category of 80 to 100,000, right? What is the change to them in this new bill? What are they going to be receiving?
You want to know the provisions that affect them, Ms.
Yes.
Plaskett? Okay. Well, remember, absent this legislation, tax brackets would generally increase. The standard deduction would decrease. The child tax credit would decrease. And so many taxpayers in that bracket, in that income group, would have a change in tax rates. They would have a decrease in their standard deduction. They would have a decrease in child tax credit if their household had children. On the other hand, they would some might be more likely to itemize, could claim.
Individuals making 80 to 100,000 are going to be itemizing, sir?
Yes, some individuals in
That's a
80 to
small
100.
percentage.
It is a smaller percentage. The itemization under prior law and under current law is typically in the upper half of the income.
So let's talk about what percentage those individuals are going to be getting. People within the Virgin Islands, I mean, our medium income and the amount of income that people in the Virgin Islands going to get is going to put them in either the $60,000 to $80,000 range or the $80,000 to $100,000 range, and that's for a household income doing pretty well in the Virgin Islands. That compared to individuals in the $500 to the $1,000 range. What is the difference between those two and what this bill is going to be giving them?
Right. Well, as you can see in the very first column to the left of the income categories, it reports the change in federal taxes under the legislation. And on the first page of JCX 23-25, it shows for the income category of 80,000 to 100,000 that the aggregate reduction in federal taxes will be approximately $31.3 billion. If you compare that to the 500,000 to 1 million category, the aggregate reduction is $73.1 billion.
That's overall. That's overall what we're going to get.
That's in aggregate.
But that's not going to tell us what the average individual is going to get,
Well,
is it?
some of the average effect you can see in the last two columns where it reports the average tax rate. And so for your category of 80,000 to 100,000, you can see that under present law, the average tax rate that those taxpayers pay is a little bit over 15%. Under the proposed legislation, it would fall to 13.5%. So
Okay.
a reduction in taxes. Now, by comparison, since you wanted to compare, the reduction in average tax rate for the $500,000 to the $1 million category is from close to 30% to closer to 36%.
How about this percent? How about this? This is what I've heard. The top 1%, 0.1%, stands to gain about $278,000 per year. That's $762 per day. While the average family is going to get $1,000 a year,
Gentlewoman's time has
that's
expired.
about $2 a day. Is that correct, sir?
Gentlewoman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Murphy.
Can he answer the question? That was a yes or a no?
I'll allow a yes or no answer.
I can't verify the mathematics, Ms. Plaskett. I'm not doubting it, but I just can't verify it.
Mr. Murphy is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification. I think it's important just that we have frames of reference with who pays the taxes in this country. Mr. Broadhall, do you know what percentage the top 1% of earners in this country pay in taxes?
Excuse me. The top 1%. If you look on page 5 of JCX 23, we have tried to provide income quantiles, and you'll see that we report the 99th to 99.9th percentile, and then the highest 1/10 of 1%. And in about the middle column, you can see that under present law, that those, so that would be the top 1% of taxpayers would pay 13.6% plus 11.9%, which is 25.5% of all federal taxes.
All right, I was looking at something here on this illustrious thing called Google that said it was 40%.
Don't believe everything you see on the internet,
40% of
sir.
federal taxes. So, all right, so you're saying how much? 26%?
I said 25.5%.
Okay. And the top 10% said accounts for 72% of all federal income taxes paid in 2022.
Again, I'd prefer if you'd look at my page 5, and then you'd be summing the last 4 rows of that middle column.
And what is can you help me with the bottom 50%? How much they pay in taxes?
Okay, well, I have to take.
Well, I'm looking at Google again, and it says 3%.
Again,
so
we
don't want to believe Google.
Not knowing what Google's measuring. What we're trying to measure here is the effect of payroll taxes, income taxes, federal excise taxes, and the corporate tax.
Okay.
One tax
All right.
that is not federal tax that's left out is the estate and gift tax.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Are there provisions in this bill where those in the higher income bracket have fewer deductions?
Yes, as noted in the walkthrough, the extension of the 2017 legislation includes extension of a number of limitations on itemized deductions, state and local income tax, mortgage interest. It creates, in addition, a new limitation on the benefit of those who itemize, limiting the value of the benefit to 35%.
So the top bracket will actually end up paying more in taxes, even
They will
though the
have
rate
those
hasn't
limitations. Some taxpayers will pay more.
Okay.
Some will pay less.
changed. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize Mr. Evans with a technical question for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield to Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much. You know, at the beginning of this hearing, the chairman told us that his priority was the working class. And it sounds a lot like what President Trump has said in all of his broken promises, that he's concerned with working people. And now that we have, which we didn't have earlier, these green sheets, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Barthold, about how much good they've done for the working class. First of all, given the last questions that you just answered, there's not any law of physics or law of tax law of any kind that says if you really want to help the working people of this country, you've got to give big tax breaks to the people at the top. There's no such law, is there? There's no reason we can't focus this tax relief on the people that are out there working hard for a living, not the Elon Musk of the world.
I'm sorry, Mr. Doggett.
Well, let me shorten it just a little bit. There's not any requirement under the tax laws that you have worked on as the chief of the Joint Committee on Taxation that say if we want to help working people, if, as the chairman told us, his priority is the working class, that the only way we can do it is to give huge tax cuts to Elon Musk and the billionaire class.
As we discussed earlier, Mr. Doggett, the members can
Yes, sir.
choose to target tax benefits
let's-
ways they seem.
We can target it if we want to, but we can also target it to the limousine lobbyists and to the power brokers in our country who already have so many loopholes and advantages in our tax code. Let's see how well, based on the information you gave us just now that we did not have earlier, how well this Republican majority has done in prioritizing the working class. If I understand your numbers, it looks to me like it's about $263 per taxpayer for those who earn less than $50,000. Is that about right? And this is in year 2027.
Mr. Doggett, you're ahead of me in that you've been able to do the division.
You've got, don't you, first of all, in year 2027, those who earn over $1 million a year, they're going to get about $96 billion in tax cuts, aren't they?
Above $1 million, the change under the proposal is about 100 billion. Yes, sir.
They'll get $100 billion. And all of those below $50,000, if you add them up, I think it comes up to about 19, doesn't it, in the first year?
100, we're looking at the difference between.
I don't want to hold you up
5.1,
on.
4.
Basically, by my calculations, we're talking about something like 310 times the average tax cut for taxpayers under 50,000 as for those over $1 million. Does that sound in the range of about what it is?
Again, to do these calculations, we provided the number of returns on page 15, and so you can compute the average.
Yes, sir.
By category. I don't want to overstate or understate a result here and
I appreciate your objectivity. I'm using your numbers, and it looks to me like we are providing, under the Republican bill, the average tax cut for a taxpayer who's making more than $1 million a year. Somebody who's pretty comfortable in our society, more than $1 million in a single year. They get 310 times the average tax cut for taxpayers making less than $50,000 a year. I don't call that prioritizing the working class, wherever you came from, prioritizing the people that are out there providing the services that make America go. I call it more trickle-down economics, that a little will come dribbling down to those who are working hard out there, from Elon Musk and all the people that were on the front row behind the president at his inauguration. It's pretty clear where the focus is, where the whole purpose of this tax proposal is. It's not to help working America. It's to take from those who are working their health care, their future, and use those proceeds and $1 trillion and trillions of dollars of debt to provide more benefits to the billionaire class. And it's wrong and it should be rejected. And thank you for your answers and for this late data.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Hearn for 5 minutes.
I won't need 5 minutes. The gentleman from Texas talks about the tax code only, the income tax and the change. Mr. Bartold, how much is the child tax credit scored at?
The extension of the child tax credit.
Just roughly, you don't have to get, I don't care about pennies.
Well, I wasn't pennies. I was trying to look for the specific line on the table. Over the 10-year period, almost $800 billion.
So is that going to the billionaires?
No, they're...
Okay, that's all I need to say. What about the no tax on tips? How much does that score?
No tax on tips is almost $40 billion.
And no tax on overtime?
Overtime, $124 billion.
Either one of those going to the billionaires? I'm using the billionaires because that's what my colleague from Texas pointed to. Either one of those going to the billionaires?
Well, there's no income restriction on tips, but I don't know that there's a lot of tips among billionaires. There is.
So the reality is, Mr. Bartold, is that while we're talking specifically about the tax rate here staying permanent, all these other provisions that we put in there that President Trump has talked about taking, that they're wanting to demagogue, that these other ones do affect a lot of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars to the folks that are making on the lower end of income scales that they don't want to allude to. So I just want to point that out for the record, Mr. Bartold. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Are there others? Okay, I'll ask my question now and then proceed forward from there with other members wishing to ask a technical question. Mr. Sneed, I wanted to talk a little bit about the de minimis provision, and do you see a risk that perhaps this provision could possibly or not conflict with the Trump administration's current actions on de minimis?
Thank you for that question. I think as constructed, I don't see significant risk of that, but I think that is important context we have that President Trump has acted already in this area to eliminate the de minimis exemption for shipments from China. That took effect May 2nd, which is the week before last. And so that has already taken effect as an emergency action under IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. So this provision in today's legislative recommendation is not conflicting with that, is completely ending the privilege, not on an emergency basis, on a permanent basis for shipments from all countries. And so I don't see immediate conflict with that. I think if there were sort of nearer term action directly relevant to China, there might be more questions and challenges as far as how these two things fit together. One piece of the context I point to is there is some litigation currently about IEPA and its connection to tariffs. There was an argument in the Court of International Trade just today, and this approach takes an approach of creating long-term certainty while providing room for the president to act. He's already acted on China, has indicated an intent to act even sooner with other countries, but this approach is ensuring that de minimis does go away for commercial shipments from all countries within the next 2 years.
And just to clarify, though, for the sake of information, a traveler coming back into the U.S. with some purchases of souvenirs, that limit would be, as proposed, how much?
So that would be completely unchanged. That's a $200 limit. That's a separate provision in the law, and we're not looking to change that.
Okay, thank you. I yield back and now recognize Mr. Gomez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, can you help me with explain a little bit on this? I was just looking at the chart here, and it says that in the calendar year 2027, someone that's making less than $15,000 will see an increase in federal taxes by 18.7%. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Gomez, and that's a consequence of loss of premium tax credits, health care.
Okay, so, and then in calendar year 2020, anybody making less than 15,000 sees an increase of 53.5%. Anybody who's making 15,000 to 30,000 sees an increase by 11.7%. Is that correct?
What calendar year are we in, Mr. Gomez?
2029. It's the next page.
2029. Yes.
And then we see the next page in 2031. Anyone making less than 15,000 sees a, check this out. I thought this was a mistake. I thought I was not reading this correctly. An increase in their taxes of 74.3%. And from 15,000 to 30,000 of 20.6%. Is that correct? Or is that, did you guys make a mistake, or is that like?
No mistake in the numbers, but an important thing to remember is in lower brackets, it's actually hard to measure the denominator because there are some taxpayers that are getting refundable tax credits, for example, and so there's some with negative tax rates, and so you're adding up some with negative tax rates and positive tax rates, so it's like dividing a modest change over by zero.
Well, here's the thing. This is what your own tax brackets suggest. And one of the things that we have my Republican colleagues over here saying, hey, we're not doing tax on tips, which we know is actually pretty limited. Oh, we're not going to do X, Y, and Z, but we're screwing over people who are making less than $30,000 a year. And what I actually find offensive is because my parents never made more than $38,000 a year in their entire lifetime after working 4 to 6 jobs a week to make ends meet, right? And then we have Donald Trump and his chaotic, reckless tariff policy that is creating so much uncertainty that it's driving up the cost of living in this country. At first, it was $4,900 a year. Then it became $3,800 a year. Either way, the people at the lower income brackets are getting screwed over by a Republican majority that doesn't give a damn about them. Then on top of that, we know this, the people that are under $30,000 a year are most likely to be on Medicaid, most likely to live in rural areas, more likely to be in urban areas that are the working poor. But then they're bragging about, you know what? The top income brackets make the most money, so we're going to give them the highest amount of refunds. That's insane. And they have no shame about it. You have no shame when it comes to hurting working men and women in this country. You know, I'm somebody that was supposed to not go to college. I ended up working at Subway and Target. I would make $700 a week working not 9 to 5, but 5 in the afternoon to 9 the next day. I had zero health care. And to me, you would tell somebody in my place, you know what? We're helping you out, just giving you a little bit. But the billionaires are the ones that make the most money and deserve the most help. That's your logic. But I like to quote one billionaire when it comes to Warren Buffett that says that a lot of people shouldn't be punished because it wasn't determined on what they did. It was the happenstance of their birth. But you all want to tout a tax plan that increases taxes on people making under $30,000 a year, the folks that are struggling, and then cutting their Medicaid on top of that, but yet you want people to have more babies. That's the most insulting thing I've ever heard in my life. With that, I yield back.
Are there additional members with technical questions? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. Are there any members that wish to strike the last word? Mr. Doggett is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trump's one big, beautiful bill is nothing but an ugly lie, built on a mountain of lies, preserved today through a process that is a lie in blatant violation of the rules of this House of Representatives. Republicans can talk fiscal responsibility all day long, and they usually do at their campaign rallies, but they are practicing incredible fiscal irresponsibility by adding trillions of dollars to our national debt and endangering the future of what Elon Musk condemns as a Ponzi scheme, but what most Americans, generations of Americans, recognize as Social Security and a respectable retirement. It is a lie first to claim that this bill shows fiscal responsibility, because the Republicans are following their cult leader, the self-described king of debt, when it comes to more and more tax breaks for those at the very top. Too much is never enough, even when it means total fiscal responsibility. Republicans have a one-size-fits-all solution to loopholes that allow some of the most profitable corporations in the world to pay so little on their taxes. Their solution: widen the loopholes, and that's what this bill does. Let them avoid even more of their fair share of paying for our national security and other vital services. Second, it is a lie that this bill is focused on tax relief for the middle class, and we have just seen that. 310 times more relief for those who earn over $1 million a year than for those that earn $50,000 or less. This entire bill could be about half its total size if we were not providing benefits to those at the top, the billionaire class that they hope will eventually come down to the rest of our society, but which it never has. And guess who does this Republican tax bill treat better? Someone who trims hedges for a living, or someone who's a hedge fund manager? Well, if you guessed the hedge fund manager, it wasn't very difficult, but under this bill, most of these Wall Street titans can put most of their income through carried interest and pay a maximum rate of 20%. Multinational corporations are paying an average of about 7.8% tax rate, far below the tax rate for a nurse or a teacher. Whatever incentive or reward these Republicans think hedge fund managers and major corporations need to do their job, shouldn't that tax incentive apply to those who nurse the sick, who educate our children, and those who keep us safe? I think the answer is quite clear. And the ideological attacks on clean energy will leave families paying the bill. A coalition of 23 retired four-star generals and admirals just this week advised the committee that it was vital to both our economic security and national security to preserve the incentives that we enacted in a Democratic Congress, which they proposed to wipe out. And third, I would say this bill is based on a lie that this bill protects our health care and access to a family physician. Republicans are turning safety net programs into more hole than net, gaping holes that will deny almost 14 million vulnerable Americans access to a family physician. After more than 60 repeated failures by Republicans to repeal the Affordable Care Act, they're at it again. They're sabotaging it. They're trying to deny the access that our countrymen need to get health care. 4 million alone will lose coverage because of their failure to extend the Affordable Care Act enhanced incentives. The beauty of this bill may be in the eye of the billionaire class, but to the rest of us, it is just another dangerous swing, using the wrecking ball that Donald Trump keeps using to wreck our economy and our democracy. And if all the lies were not enough, if our tax code did not already look like a block of Swiss cheese, Republicans are creating even more loopholes to benefit every special interest, from tanning studios to tobacco companies, even as they shut down the Department of Education and slash billions from pre-K to 12 funding. They're pushing a $20 billion tax credit over 4 years, effectively a federal voucher plan to encourage parents all over this country to remove their children from our valued public schools. All of it is a package of lies that must be rejected. I yield back.
Mr. Thompson is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got to hand it to you, Mr. Chairman. Your bill touches just about everyone, gives incredible amount of big dollars to people who need it the least. It takes health care away from 13 million people, and it passes the bill on to future generations. Mr. Chairman, this Republican tax bill to extend the Trump tax cuts for billionaire donors like Elon Musk is a bad deal for the American people. The extension of these cuts will disproportionately benefit those who don't need the help, while failing to prioritize hardworking Americans. The reality is, Democrats have been behind some of the most significant middle-class tax cuts we've seen in a generation, by expanding the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit, and the dependent care tax credit. In other words, when Democrats cut taxes, we focus on those who need the help the most, not our large donors. People making over $1 million a year are not the ones that need a helping hand in today's economy. They simply get their priorities backwards, and it's the hard-working American people who are getting left behind. If Republicans were serious and would be willing to abandon their goals of cutting taxes for their largest donors and focus on cutting taxes for the middle class in a responsible manner, a lot of my colleagues on this side of the aisle would join them. Instead, they're slashing and burning our tax code, social safety net, hurting taxpayers in high-salt states, dismantling our nation's ability to lead the world in green energy and domestic manufacturing, and for future and hurting kids who need food and nutrition programs, and cutting health care for working people. These tax cuts will come at the expense of real lives, costing real hurt to our constituents, all of our constituents. Take Kate Laddish, a constituent of mine from Yolo County, California. Kate has rare and chronic conditions that have resulted in extensive hospital stays, the need for a motorized wheelchair, and in-home health services, much of it paid for by Medicaid. Her treatments, in-home care, and wheelchair allow her to have a quality of life and contribute to our community. Let me be clear, without these specialized treatments, she will die. And from listening to and watching the actions of this administration and some of my colleagues, she believes many would not care. We all know people like Kate. We represent people like Kate. We also know people who have been down on their luck and need a little extra help to put food on their table. We all know people who have worked long hours and multiple jobs to care for their families. We have a moral responsibility as members of this committee to ensure that our tax policies work for everyone, not just the well-off and the well-connected. That's why this is a bad bill, and that's why we should all vote against it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to go to Augie and Ray's in East Hartford, but it's this incredible institution that's located right next to Pratt & Whitney Aircraft. And a shout out quickly to the IAM there, who's on strike for fair wages. But you get real practical, straightforward questions and answers from them, and they would be somewhat confused about this. When you, for example, they don't talk a lot about germaneness. And when asked about, and you know, you heard the discussion at the beginning here that we had with regard to what would be ruled germane and what wouldn't. We'll see as we progress through the night. But basically, germaneness here is what people don't want to vote on. And so whatever is put forward by this side of the aisle will not be deemed germane and therefore not voted on. And I guess the disheartening thing here is that, and listen, everybody on this side of the aisle, they're good people. They're decent, caring Americans who love their country as much as we do. And that's what makes this so difficult. When you look at how disproportionate this bill is, because what it is simply is fulfilling a Trump promise to make permanent the tax cut of 2017. But to do that, he charged Elon Musk with finding cuts. And so they look to 70% of the budget that includes Social Security, Medicare, and defense, and decide that's what they're going to do. And in this bill, what we find is that while the top percent gets the bulk of the tax cut, they pay for it. Pay for it by cutting people's health benefits. 14 million Americans get cut their health benefits so that billionaires can have more? How much more money does Elon Musk need than $500 billion? I guarantee you the billionaire class is embarrassed by what's being proposed here. The largest cut to Medicaid in its history. Imagine 42 million Americans will see lower food assistance and SNAP benefits so that billionaires can have more. This is at the core of what makes Americans, and I've had public hearings throughout my district, and Erin from Bristol who says she has no idea what she would do without Medicaid and SNAP. She's a wartime veteran and a single mother of 4 boys and groceries. This is who we're talking about, the people who will be directly impacted by this bill. You're good people. You know this. And yet we're going to persist and take this to a vote. Our amendments will be ruled non-germane won't go forward, and you'll take this on to the floor. Catherine and Richard of Southington say we have a 39-year-old son who was born intellectually disabled and asked me, if we cannot take care of the innocent in our society, how can we be called Christian? Judith from Granby, who said, my daughter with MS asked, should Mr. Trump or his 1% cronies get more? My daughter and thousands of others who do not need to suffer because of unbridled greed. Can it be possible that MAGA really stands for Make America Greedy Again? I yield back.
Ms. Tinney is recognized to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word. Thank you so much, Chairman Smith, and to all of my Ways and Means Republican colleagues and the dedicated committee and staff for your work on this landmark legislation, which actually delivers for American families, workers, and small businesses. As a member of Ways and Means, we were tasked with leading the charge to build on the successes of President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and deliver meaningful tax relief for hardworking Americans and their families. And as someone who voted yes on the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, from upstate New York, there has been nothing in legislation better for upstate New York than the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for our small business community, our farmers, and our middle-income taxpayers and lower-income taxpayers. And I'm looking forward to making these permanent in so many ways. It's been a long and winding road to get where we are today, and House Republicans on this committee have spent countless hours deliberating these changes together, poring over data, numbers, making informed decisions, and meeting with individuals and businesses and communities in our districts and across the country. President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to the strongest American economy in decades, and we are poised to extend critical tax relief for American workers, the very people who work for me and their families, and include new policies that will drive growth and economic prosperity, something we lacked over the last 4 years. I commend the chairman for leading and crafting this bill, an unenviable task, considering the difficult choices that had to be made to get this here in a partisan way, because not a single Democrat in this entire Capitol complex will vote for tax cuts for the American people. While we would like to see all of the work that we have done come to fruition, we acknowledge the reality that we are working within limited parameters and that individual priorities do not take precedence over ensuring the American families, workers, and businesses do not face tax hikes in 2026. While this is an impressive package, I join my colleagues in expressing concern over the wind down of the 45U nuclear power production tax credit. Nuclear power represents nearly a quarter of New York's electrical supply, and my district in central and western New York is home to all 4 of New York's reactors. Those reactors are critical to the baseload power of our region and our state and should be considered separately from our conversations on renewable energy. This is an issue that I will continue to work with the chairman and to ensure that continued success in the nuclear sector. And before I close, there's many issues that I would like to highlight. Some, I can't list them all, but there are many. And these were priorities that unfortunately did not get in the package because of the limited space. And I will continue to work with the chairman and our team to pass. First of all, the permanency of the New Markets Tax Credit, co-sponsored by Representative Sewell of Alabama, which has been a critical tool for economic development in rural districts like mine. Ensuring that domestically manufactured fuel cells are treated on par with other initiatives under the Electricity Investment Tax Credit. Supporting technologies and energy delivery options like fuel cells that can deliver on-site power will continue our country's efforts to prevail in the artificial intelligence war with China, ensure the resilience of America's energy infrastructure, and to combat the absurdity and catastrophic policies in states like mine in New York, where energy intelligence is not available. Also, the Motorsports Fairness Act, which will sustain the long-term financial health of motorsports facilities by making that 7-year cost recovery period permanent. The PAR Act, which modernizes the tax code's so-called sin list by striking golf courses, especially small family-owned entities that are dotted all across New York State, and allowing their eligibility for financing using tax-exempt bonds. I sure hope the president, who's an avid golfer, will consider making golf great again in the state of New York. The BASIC Act promotes further investment in establishing new production facilities to manufacture semiconductors, which will spur job growth in advanced science, technology, engineering, and manufacturing, as well as ensure that the United States can compete globally and maintain its technological dominance over adversaries like China. This is critically important to Central New York. And also, high-quality charter schools act to expand school choice by creating a new tax credit for charitable contributions to nonprofit charter school organizations. And last on my list, but certainly not the last, many others I haven't included, but really important to my district is the Susan Muffley Act to restore Delphi salaried employees' pensions. They've waited for decades for Congress to provide reprieve, and this reconciliation bill is a great opportunity to deliver it. I urge the Education and Workforce Committee to take this bill up under their perspective title of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And I want to again thank the chairman and all of my colleagues on the Republican side of the Ways and Means Committee to bring us to where we are today. And I look forward to supporting this bill with enthusiasm for American families and workers, those especially who reside in New York's 24th Congressional District. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Malliotakis is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this legislation is about providing relief for our working Americans, for our senior citizens, and for our middle-class families.
I thought it was six.
That is the core of what this legislation is about and who will benefit. One of the most important provisions I see here is a bonus deduction for our senior citizens that would provide $4,000 for individuals, $8,000 for married, for those earning $75,000 or less if they're individuals, or $150,000 if they're married. I don't know how anyone can argue something like that goes to benefit the wealthy. As a matter of fact, it phases out when the income reaches $175,000. The increase in the SALT deduction, critical to the people I represent in Staten Island and Brooklyn. It will be tripled to $30,000, and it will have an income limit, so that way it is truly benefiting the middle class. It's interesting to hear the Democrats and the governor of my state of New York, who's the reason why we need SALT relief to begin with, because she keeps hammering people to death with high income taxes and refusing to put a cap on New York City property taxes, saying that they want an unlimited cap. Unlimited would actually benefit the billionaires. We're focused on the middle class. And I do hope that we'll see that relief take place to address 2025 so my constituents can benefit in 2026. Increases to the standard deduction, expanding the child tax credit. These are also provisions that benefit the middle class. No tax on tips, helping people who work with their hands, they're working overtime, our first responders. No tax on American loans, auto loans for American vehicles. Preventing the return of the alternative minimum tax. This is huge for the people I represent. In fact, it was the reason, the alternative minimum tax was the reason why so many of my constituents could not benefit from SALT, because it was never indexed, never adjusted, and you saw increasingly middle-class families being hit with that alternative minimum tax. Additionally, if you're a new employee, if you come out of college with debt, your employer will be able to now permanently be able to give you up to $5,250 annually tax-free to help you pay off your loans. It's legislation I'm proud to also sponsor in this that has made this bill. The Educational Choice for Children Act. This is going to be able to deliver scholarships for the families who need it most so they can attend private and parochial schools. Again, we're talking about poor children, giving them school choice, giving them access to education. Does not benefit the wealthy at the end of the day. This bill actually benefits middle-class families, working families like the ones I represent in Staten Island and Brooklyn. So I'm proud that so many of my provisions that I've championed have made it into this bill. And I want to thank the chairman, who has really been a good friend to the people of New York. I understand that everybody here has very different districts than I do. I might be the only SALT caucus member that's on this side of the dais. But this committee and the chairman have really worked with me to get to a medium that I think we're obviously continuing, as you know, to work through this, but I believe that we will get to a place that truly represents the hardworking people in Staten Island and Brooklyn. And the $30,000 deduction that is currently on the table and that we'll be voting on today actually covers 98% of my district. And so I'm very happy that I'll be able to go home and tell everyone that I was able to triple their deduction, and that those who want unlimited, and there may be an amendment here to make it unlimited that will support the millionaires and the billionaires, that's not who we're fighting for. The Republicans are fighting for the working class, we're fighting for the middle class, and that's who we're delivering relief for today. So thank you to my colleagues who understood where I was coming from as a New York City Republican and working with me to address and provide much needed relief for my constituents. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the good book teaches us to care for the least among us. In medicine, doctors are taught, do no harm. Yet the Republican budget we are dealing with today does harm to every category of individuals and groups in our country except the rich, the wealthiest, and the most secure. Billionaires get tax cuts, while tens of millions of children, seniors, people with disabilities, and workers suffer deep cuts to their health care, food, education, and housing. That's not right. Americans want their government to help them, and they expect the wealthy to pay their fair share. While Trump's tariff taxes force families to pay almost $4,700 more a year on essentials like groceries, cars, and appliances, the GOP blesses CEOs, lets tax cheats run wild, tell children they can't have a toy, ignore the work of not-for-profits, lay them off, shut them down, kicks millions of seniors off Medicare, rips tens of millions of people off Medicaid, evict people from nursing homes so that the nursing home has to become your home. And even if one manages to keep their health insurance, this bill makes their health premiums skyrocket. The Republican priorities are shameful. The plan bestows immediate, permanent, and monumental tax handouts to obscenely affluent individuals and corporations. But the crumbs they give to hard-working Americans vanish. It leaves out the poorest children from the child tax credit and the poorest workers from the earned income tax credit. Rather than directly giving families paid leave and child care assistance, this bill bestows riches on businesses again. In my district alone, this cruel Republican plan threatens to cut health insurance from over 240,000 people on Illinois Medical Assistance Program, including over 102,000 children and 27,000 seniors. Thousands of seniors and persons with disabilities could lose their nursing home coverage. This ruthless plan also will increase hunger for about 244,000 people in my district alone who could lose SNAP, and for over 80,000 children who won't have a free lunch. Government should help people, not harm them. Government should make it easy for the vulnerable to ask for help to lift their burdens, not exclude them from assistance with excessive barriers, only to freely shower the wealthy with trillions. Government should encourage charitable service, philanthropy, and education, not terrorize them. As does a good con artist, Republicans use sleight of hand and tricks to make us believe they are helping when they are hurting. Nothing can justify the biggest Medicaid cut in the history of this country. Nothing can justify taking SNAP benefits from hungry children. No, we're not helping the wealthy. We are not helping the wealthy. We need to help the children, save the babies. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Sanchez, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Well, here we go again. Republicans are once again choosing billionaires and big corporations over working families. This bill that we are marking up today is an insult to every hardworking American. It sends a very clear message that you'll pay more and you'll receive fewer services just so that billionaires can pocket another tax cut that they really don't need. American families, in case you haven't noticed, are struggling. Under President Trump and Republican leadership, they have seen nothing but chaos. They've watched Elon Musk gleefully take a chainsaw to vital programs that they rely on, like Social Security, Medicare, and the VA. Travel is less safe at airports because they're left in disarray due to the cuts to our air traffic control systems. And prices for everyday necessities like food and clothing and diapers and formulas keep rising because of Trump's tariffs. Premiums for health insurance, car insurance, and housing are going up, making it harder and harder for families to make ends meet. And now, rather than providing real relief, Republicans want to look at this chaos, put it into law, and call it a one beautiful bill, all to pay for more tax cuts for the rich while adding millions to our national debt. Nearly $20 trillion in debt over the next 10 years by Republicans, your own members' estimates. Not our estimates, their estimates. Americans are worried about their future, consumer confidence is at a record low, and people are afraid of losing their jobs, their health care, student aid, and food assistance. And this bill today compounds that pain. 14 million people will lose health care coverage under this plan. And for what? Again, so billionaires can get even richer while we all drown in debt. This is outrageous. Billionaires already have more money than they could ever spend, and they can afford to pay their fair share. What's equally disturbing is that you're not being honest about the fact that you are meting out crumbs to the most needy while you are helping the most wealthy. And don't buy the bullshit that tax cuts for the rich create more jobs or better wages, because it's been the excuse by every Republican administration over the last half century to pass more and more tax cuts to the rich. And it's failed to deliver on that promise each and every single time. The wealthy just got richer while the working families got harmed, all while piling on more debt that families will have to pay off. I'm outraged that this committee is focused on doing more for the richest in this country while destroying the means of survival for the poorest. And this bill doubles down on that assault on those seeking the American dream by stealing tax benefits and services to working people who are paying taxes. It would deny the child tax credit to 2 million U.S. citizen children. Even worse, it would deny Medicare coverage to those who've worked and paid into the system. How dare Republicans say that they're for the working class when they are making it harder for those that are struggling to get by? Enough is enough. My constituents are fed up. They're sick and tired of Republican tax cuts that only benefit the ultra-wealthy. Our tax code needs to be about fairness. It needs to be about balance. It should support families, not the rich. But this bill does the exact opposite. To my Republican colleagues, I say, please just stop this insanity. You have to lie about what is in this bill. Otherwise, probably your constituents would be rioting in the streets. Here's an idea. How about you think about putting your constituents first for once, rather than the people who donate to your campaigns? But I guess that's asking a little too much from people who have completely lost their moral compass. I will be voting no on this bill. I hope that some on that side of the aisle see the light and do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last
You're
word.
recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, sir. I want to express my strong support for this pro-family, pro-worker, pro-growth, pro-America, one big beautiful bill before us. It makes the tax cuts permanent for working families. It also increases the child tax credit. It increases incentives for employer-provided child care and the standard deduction. A family of 4 could see well over $1,000 in additional tax cuts. That's real money in Indiana, not mere crumbs, as my colleague across the aisle just said. For workers, we're delivering on President Trump's promise of no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. We're expanding 529 accounts to cover post-secondary credentialing for Americans looking to advance in their career or tool up for a new one. And we're giving businesses the certainty to invest, enhancing the small business deduction, incentivizing research and development to be done right here in America. We're incentivizing buying new equipment and building new factories. So again, we can manufacture things here in America. We're also putting disastrous Democratic policies in the rearview mirror. No subsidies for China, no more. We're ending President Biden's global tax surrender that sent billions in revenues to foreign countries. We're also repealing the 1099K gig worker rule, which was going to bury everyday Americans under a mountain of paperwork for the simple act of reselling tickets or buying something on eBay. It was so poorly thought out that even President Biden's IRS refused to implement that policy. There are so many other great provisions in here, increasing the adoption tax credit, savings accounts for newborns, tax relief for seniors, and no auto loan interest, no tax on auto loan interest. And there's also no tax credit for recycling talking points. We've already heard the same tired complaints from my friends on the other side of the aisle about giveaways to the rich. They said the same things about the Trump tax cuts in 2017. It wasn't true then, and it's not true now. The New York Times admitted as much in a 2019 article titled, "Face It, You Probably Got a Tax Cut," which said that most taxpayers got a cut, but, quote, "there's a good chance you don't believe it." And why is that? To quote, "To a large degree, the gap between perception and reality on tax cuts appears to flow from a sustained and misleading effort by liberal opponents of the law to brand it as a middle-class tax increase." So let's be clear. Our one big beautiful bill will deliver real tax cuts to families in South Bend, Indiana. It will deliver real tax cuts to seniors in Goshen, to manufacturers in Elkhart, to innovators in places like Warsaw, Indiana. It will deliver real tax cuts to farmers in Marshall County, to farmers in Bremen, and to small businesses on main streets in places like Wabash, Indiana. And it will deliver real tax cuts to people who are working out of a garage and starting a small business in places like Napanee, Indiana. These tax cuts are real, folks. Trust your bank accounts, not lying politicians. I certainly want to thank Chairman Smith and his staff for fostering an open and collaborative process throughout the course of putting this one big, beautiful bill together. I urge my colleagues to support this pro-family, pro-worker, pro-growth, pro-American, one big, beautiful bill. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Sewell, you're recognized to strike the last word.
My colleagues, let's be honest about why we're here today. We're here because, according to President Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans in Congress, the wealthiest individuals and the largest corporations in our country are not wealthy enough. This committee could be working to help Americans deal with the high cost of living. We could be working to make health care more accessible and more affordable. We could be working to strengthen Social Security. And of course, we could be working to support our small businesses who are reeling from President Trump's reckless tariffs. But what we're doing instead, at the direction of President Trump, we are marking up a bill that would give $4 trillion worth of tax giveaways to the wealthy, the well-connected, and the well-off. And how are we going to pay for it? Not by reducing the billions of dollars we spend to subsidize oil industry. No, instead, my Republican colleagues would rather kick 14 million Americans off of their health care, cut off food stamps and food assistance for hungry families, and bankrupt our small businesses because of this tariff war. It's outrageous and it's unacceptable. In my home state of Alabama, half of all births are covered by Medicaid, and more than half of the Medicaid recipients in Alabama are children. 60% of the nursing homes in Alabama have Medicaid beneficiaries. So let's be clear. The face of Medicaid are our children, our seniors, and the disabled. When our Republican colleagues cut $715 billion from Medicaid, it is our children, our seniors, and the disabled who will pay the price. Mr. Chairman, these cuts are about more than just statistics. They are about lives and livelihoods. Real people will be impacted by the actions that we take. Last Friday, I had the chance to meet with one of my constituents, LaToya Mims. LaToya's beautiful 6-year-old daughter, Harper, has cerebral palsy. She is one of the 3 million American children living with disabilities. It was because of Medicaid that Harper is able to live at home with her family, surrounded by her loved ones. Without it, she would be forced into an institution. To strip children like Harper of their health care in order to cut taxes for Trump's billionaire friends is an outrageous betrayal of our American values. It's shameful. Everyone in this committee has a Harper in their district. Everyone on this committee represents tens of thousands of Americans who rely on Medicaid to make ends meet. We should be standing up for them instead of ripping the rug out from under them. The people that I represent are good and honest Americans. They work hard every day. They make enormous sacrifices to support themselves and their families, but they are hurting. They are being crushed by the high cost of living, and many are living paycheck to paycheck. What are my constituents to do to make Donald Trump care about protecting their health care? They can't afford to bribe him by funneling millions of dollars into crypto scheme. They can't afford to buy him another jet. The American people sent us here to speak up for their needs, not to do the bidding for the billionaire class. As members of this committee, we have the opportunity to build an economy that works for all Americans, but we are failing them. My constituents deserve to have a voice in this democracy, and I will fight each and every day to provide them with that voice. This is a sad day on this committee, a sad day for Congress, a sad day for the American people. I am a hard no on this bill. Actually, I'm a hell no on this bill. I will continue to fight to make sure that those who are the most vulnerable in our society get a voice. We have to speak up and speak out for the least of these. I will continue to do that, and I ask that my colleagues do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back. Ms. Delbini, you recognize to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. This bill is one big broken promise. Republicans promised that when they were elected, they would lower costs for American families. But that's not what's happened. Families have seen the cost of basic goods like groceries and household products go up because of Trump's trade war. A trade war he had no authority to start because he did not get congressional approval before imposing sweeping tariffs against some of our closest allies like Canada and Mexico. These tariffs will raise costs on families by thousands of dollars a year. And while the president has paused some tariffs, it's only temporary. He changes his mind all the time. And that uncertainty itself is damaging to businesses that cannot plan or invest for the future, further raising prices and straining supply chains. Meanwhile, the Republican members of this committee have been silent. They won't stand up for their constituents because they work for Donald Trump. And that brings us to this bill, which will make life even more expensive for families. Republicans are trying to move this bill through, even going through the night, because they don't want the American people to see it. But the American people do see what they're doing. They see that you're giving another massive handout to the ultra-wealthy. They see that you're trying to pay for it by ripping away health care and food security from millions of Americans. They see that you're going to saddle future generations with even more debt. A constituent of mine from Kirkland wrote to me recently sharing that she was horrified to see what Republicans are trying to do to programs Americans rely on. She raised her family with the support of Medicaid, of SNAP, and the child tax credit. Her children grew up to be a nurse and an aircraft mechanic. She was able to give back to the community through nonprofit work helping people with dementia because she had the resources from these programs when she needed them the most. These are the people that are going to suffer because of this tax bill. Hard-working, everyday Americans who are just trying to get by and raise their families. And as costs are increasing because of the president's recklessness, Republicans are cutting the programs that are supposed to help families make ends meet. I was here in 2017, the last time Republicans moved a massive tax bill for the ultra-rich. And they promised that it would pay for itself. Just another broken promise. Instead, the tax bill ballooned our national debt. They said it would stimulate the economy and benefit workers. Another broken promise. A recent study that included some JCT economists found that the corporate gains flowed to shareholders and executives, not to 90% of the workers. You continue to break the promise to make life more affordable for Americans. And on top of the price hikes from Trump's tariffs, you're raising health care bills by taking away Medicaid and Affordable Care Act coverage. This impacts every American because when people don't have coverage, hospitals cut services or close entirely. ER wait times are going to swell, which will mean the difference between life or death for some patients. And you're taking away food assistance, which will lead to more families in our communities going hungry. Washington's Governor Bob Ferguson and governors from 22 other states said it would be impossible for states to pick up the tab from these cuts. There was a way we could do this together. Last Congress, we approved with overwhelming bipartisan support a tax package that would have made a real difference for Americans by investing in our children, building more affordable housing, and supporting innovation. It was a compromise for both sides, but that's what Americans want us to do, to compromise and put them first. I know that's a dirty word on the Republican side right now, but people want us to find a way forward together to improve our communities. Unfortunately, that's not what's happening today. I urge my colleagues to reject this massive broken promise because the American people deserve better. And I yield back.
Ms. Chu, you're recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. Republicans are trying to spread the lie that there will be tax relief for everybody in this bill. But this is far from the truth. This is a bill that gives billionaires gold bars worth of tax giveaways. And what do hardworking families get? Pennies. Yes, in this bill, the top 0.1% stand to gain tax giveaways of $278,000 per year. And a family earning less than $50,000 a year gets tax relief of $273 per year. It's laughable, if not tragic. What it means is that billionaires get 1,000 times more tax relief than working families get. Yes, billionaires get the gold bars, working families get the pennies. This bill could have been an opportunity for Republicans to get serious about correcting the damage they've caused since their original tax scam was enacted 7 years ago. They could have reversed the 40% cut to the corporate tax rate that flowed entirely to executives and the largest shareholders instead of workers. They could have recognized that giving millionaires a tax cut 288 times larger than for those making under $50,000 per year was hideously unfair. They could have worked to protect Social Security or Medicare. They could have stopped the president's senseless trade war that's turned our economy upside down in a matter of weeks. They could have revisited their decision to give a 20% deduction on take-home pay to some of the richest people in the country instead of making this giveaway even larger. But Republicans did none of these things. They chose to once again give tax giveaways, $5 trillion of tax giveaways to the richest people in the country and the largest corporation. But that is not even the worst, most irresponsible thing about this budget reconciliation scam. The worst part is that they're taking this money out of the pockets of those most in need. They're doing it with the most devastating cuts to health care benefits for low-income and middle-income people in our nation's history. Through draconian cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act that together are going to leave almost 14 million people without health care coverage. That's the entire population of LA County and Orange County combined. And this will devastate so many, but especially children, the elderly, and disabled. 40% of births are paid for by Medicaid. Medicaid pays for 2 out of every 3 nursing home residents. In fact, Medicare covers on the average 28 days of hospitalization, and after that, who pays for it? It's Medicaid. And people all across the country are in fear of what could happen, such as Chi Kwong from my district in Monterey Park. When he heard about Republicans' plans to cut Medicaid, he called my office and said, I am a 74-year-old who's worked for 40 years as a warehouse worker. After decades of hard work, I now rely on Medicaid and Medicare for life, and especially after undergoing hip and spine surgery. Now, on top of all of this, Republicans are cheering the president as he wages a senseless trade war that's turned our economy upside down. So the bottom line is this. To my constituents watching this, you're paying the bill. When you pay more for basic necessities, when you lose your SNAP benefits, when your small business is forced to close its doors, when you lose your Medicaid coverage or the tax credits for your health premiums, know that this is the reason why. It is so that Elon Musk can get another yacht. It is so that Donald Trump and congressional Republicans can give another tax cut to themselves and their friends. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Bean, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word, and thank you very much, and a very good evening, Ways and Means. Mr. Chairman, call me old-fashioned, but I love robust debate. But do we have to do it with profane words and cuss words? We're better than that. We're the Ways and Means. So let me, for the record, say I object. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it classy. To everybody out there that's going to be writing a headline or a byline, I know the deadline, we're in a 24-hour news cycle, but you're going to have a choice. You're going to have a choice. What's your headline going to be? Are you going to buy into the hype that we're giving tax cuts just for billionaires? You can buy into that hype, or you can read the bill, because do you really think Elon Musk is working for tips? No, he's not working for tips. It's the waitress that's raising her kids trying to get by. That's who we're bringing tax relief for. Do you think it's the billionaire that's trying to make ends meet by working overtime? No, it's the family that's struggling, that the husband or wife says, I'll work extra to make ends meet. Overtime. It's the American taxpayer. I've got it right here. A family household under $50,000 is going to see their taxes reduced by 16% in the coming years under this bill. That's America. If I can reach you, the taxpayers that probably aren't watching anyway, because they're working right now. They're trying to still afford the damage done by the previous administration. So we're trying to fix this economy, to light it on fire, to do great things so that everybody can have a chance at the American dream. So the people that are paying the bills, the people that are working overtime for tips, trying to buy a car, do you think billionaires are financing their cars? They are not. But the people trying to make ends meet, they are. And that is the target, and that's the delivery of this bill, to bring hope and prosperity to those who are quietly paying the bills and trying to get by. So yes, the right answer on this bill is yes. We're determined to stay here as long as it takes to get the job done. I just had my first cup of coffee. I'm ready to jump in for round two. So, Mr. Chairman, with all that, I'm fired up and ready to go to bring real relief to the American taxpayer. Let's go get them. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back and don't have another coffee yet. Ms. Moore, you're recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Bean, you admonished those of us who might believe the quote-unquote hype that this big, beautiful bill would harm families and small businesses and workers. Well, I think this big, beautiful bill is just a big bonanza for billionaires. And I'm going to tell you, when historians, researchers, and scientists study this bill and this country's fray and fall, this day, May 13th, 2025, and the markups of Energy and Commerce, the Ag Committee, and this prestigious Ways and Means Committee will be Exhibit A of the breach of the American social contract, the e pluribus unum, envisioned by our founders, as we dismantle health care benefits for at least minimally 14 million people. We destroy the healthcare infrastructure of hospitals, nursing homes, home care, community health centers, as we undermine the Affordable Care Act and Medicare, as we take food from the mouths of babies and older adults, as we interrupt breakthrough medical research, as we retreat from saving our planet from climate change and other things, and as we add $5 trillion and upwards to our debt. All of this to provide monies and breaks to the ultra wealthy. You know, these are choices that we're going to make, but I am saying to my Republican colleagues, this, no matter what you've done in Congress, this will be your legacy. And as Liz Cheney warned you, Donald Trump will be gone. But this, when people Google you, when your descendants Google you, this will be your legacy. And let me say, you know, all these talking points, you know, all this wordsmithing, you know, these are the facts right here. You're not doing this because of debt reduction. You're adding trillions of dollars to the debt. for these tax cuts for the rich. You're not doing it for economic growth. The trickle down hasn't worked for 40 years, and it just hasn't trickled, and it ain't gonna trickle. That trickle down economics has been debunked. This is not about work and work requirements. If it had been, we would have been expanding the earned income tax credit. This is not about helping small businesses. You know, we would not be increasing the 199A deduction instead of doing something meaningful for working families. Don't tell me that this is what the MAGA base wanted. The MAGA base, as Steve Bannon told us, need Medicaid. This is not what they asked for. And I'm telling you, anybody with basic understanding of math, including our colleagues in the Freedom Caucus, can tell you that this is not going to reduce our deficit at all. And I just want to say, you know, you can fool yourself, but you cannot fool the real numbers. And the thing that is so outrageous is to hear people talk about how this is going to help families and boost the child tax credit. It's a trick. You do it temporarily so you can get through the 2026 election cycle. Good luck with that. And then these benefits for children and elders and workers disappear, while the tax benefits to the ultra-wealthy soar. You know, 3 months into President Trump's term, the chorus of MAGA and others is growing louder. This is not what they signed up for. And they're realizing that this tax reconciliation bill is coming after them and will hurt their families. Not only are you taking health care away from people, you know, they will have access to fewer goods and services because of the tariffs. The promised jobs are not going to materialize. I believe, as Democrats believe, in building from the bottom up. This means that none of our kids go hungry, that they all have access to higher quality education, not just some of our kids. And I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on this big bonanza for billionaires. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Boyle, you're recognized to strike a last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, here we are. The president's big, beautiful bill for billionaires. Tax cuts, almost all of which go to the top 1%, paid for by the biggest cut to health care in American history. Don't take my word for it. Just days ago, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office confirmed that at least 13.7 million Americans will lose their health care because of this bill. That's historic. I went back and checked. No other previous bill, no other previous law, no other previous event caused so many millions of Americans to lose their health care, not even the Great Depression. So congratulations, this is one hell of an achievement. And why? All to pay for tax cuts for the richest people in America, the top 1%. Now, you can understand why many of us on the Democratic side are attacking this awful proposal. But it's not just us. Just yesterday, conservative Republican from Missouri, Senator Josh Hawley, called cutting Medicaid and the other health programs, quote, morally wrong. He's right. But that's not all. It turns out, after cutting Medicaid and cutting the Affordable Care Act and cutting nutrition assistance and cutting education programs and on and on and on, even after all of that, all of those cuts, as large as they are, only pay for about 25% of the tax cuts for the rich. So how does this legislation pay for the rest of it? More added to the national credit card. Our national debt will explode as a result of this, to the tune of almost $4 trillion more added to the national debt. I never want to hear, ever again, anyone on the other side lecture us about deficit and debt. No single piece of legislation in my time here in Congress will do more to add to the national debt than this one. The American people get it. They were asked a few weeks ago in one opinion poll, do you support cutting Medicaid to pay for tax cuts? 81% of the American people said no. And that was before the Congressional Budget Office confirmed that over 13 million Americans will lose their health coverage. Now, sure, you can spin numbers, you can spin statistics. It's the reason why Mark Twain once said there are three kinds of lies: lies, damned lies, and statistics. You won't be able to spin the 13.5 million Americans who lose their health care as a result of this bill. No amount of spinning will convince them to believe something contrary to what they actually are about to live. I say to all of my colleagues here, we can do better. We can ensure that we have tax relief for almost every American, and we can do it in a way that doesn't rip away health coverage from more than 13 million Americans. I urge all of my colleagues to reject this big, beautiful bill for billionaires. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Byer, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Top-heavy tax cuts paid for by low-income benefit cuts. President Trump and the Republican majorities in Congress were narrowly elected by a little more than 1%, with the simple hope from the American people that it would lower costs. The president himself declared that he would bring prices down on day one. And Trump and Republicans are now breaking that promise. In fact, thanks in part to the unprecedented taxes Trump has imposed on the American people through his nonsensical tariff plan, prices remain high and consumer inflation expectations have surged. Americans are seeing the evidence of his broken promise everywhere. When you buy a cup of coffee or a used car or a dozen eggs, we're paying more now than we did before Trump took office. And on top of that, under Trump's reckless leadership, our economy took a nosedive in the first quarter of the year, the first time it's contracted in years. And many other indications are flashing red. Economic uncertainties at an all-time high, and the conversations around the kitchen table and in small businesses are the same. Everybody's scared. And that brings us to today. My Republican friends are hoping this multi-trillion-dollar giveaway to the wealthy will somehow dig them out of the hole the president has gotten them into. If history is any guide, more tax cuts for the rich won't do much, if anything, to put the economy on a firmer footing or provide lasting assistance for working and middle-class Americans. Their model is the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Trump and the Republicans want to extend it here, but look at it. It failed across the board. Wages didn't rise any faster, the economy didn't grow any faster, and the bill definitely didn't pay for itself. It just exploded our national debt. And just like last time, dollar for dollar, the benefits in this bill overwhelmingly skew towards the ultra-wealthy. It's nice to have my friends talk about the tax cuts on tips and the tax cuts on overtime. This is a tiny part of this bill, a distraction from what's really going on. They're trying to pull a fast one on the American people by delivering massive long-term benefits to the millionaires and billionaires while throwing a few temporary tax breaks to working people, timed to help them get through one election cycle. The folks who are getting the most help in this legislation are the same folks who don't bat an eye when the prices go up at the grocery store, or they buy a new car, or they go on vacation, or they're affected by the tariffs that are cost average Americans at least $2,800 a year, according to Yale. The ultra-wealthy are the very last people that need a boost on their incomes. And yet, my Republican colleagues closely attend to their needs in this bill, ensuring their tax rates stay low, and the states where tens of millions of dollars don't get taxed, and the folks who manage hedge funds keep their special carried interest tax loophole. Making the legislation even worse is how my Republican friends plan on offsetting this eye-watering price tax. I've heard again and again they want to undermine America's fastest-growing, most affordable energy sources and jack up utility bills for working families and do their friends in big oil a big favor in the process. They want to keep food assistance for the poorest Americans, and they're planning on ripping health insurance away from 14 million Americans, including seniors, kids, and people with disabilities. I have a constituent, Chris McCauley, with spastic quadriplegia, and he uses a wheelchair. Medicaid pays for his equipment and support programs during the day. Without the help of his dedicated caregivers and the support Medicaid provides his mother, she wouldn't have been able to work full-time and support her family as a single mom for the past 20 years. These are the kinds of families that this legislation will harm. All to help give the richest Americans a tax break they don't need and they won't change their lives at all. Trump and Republicans have shown what their priorities are. At every turn, they choose to help the rich, often by taking money directly out of the pockets of working Americans. This bill will be a disaster for American people and will further divide our society between the thoughtlessly comfortable and the yearning discouraged. Top-heavy tax cuts paid for by low-income benefit cuts. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Evans, you recognize to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Let's making one thing clear. The committee is here for one reason and only one reason. We are here today to watch President Trump wants to make his billionaire buddies richer in expenses of working people. We're here because Republican members want to help Donald Trump find ways to eliminate our health care for working families. Republicans are not here to help those who are struggling. It's a Republican bill, if it passes today, will take away health care for millions of Americans and the expenses. I urge all my colleagues to do the right thing. Vote no against this bill. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Snyder, you recognize to strike the last word.
Seriously, Mr. Chairman, are the Republicans really serious about taking health care away from 14 million Americans? Are you all willing to demand those earning less than $30,000, many of whom are going to see their families lose their health care because of the Medicaid cuts? Are you seriously going to vote to increase their tax burden? Are those of you who spent your careers calling for fiscal responsibility seriously now going to vote to increase our national debt by $5 trillion in just 9 years? The fact of the matter is that there is nothing serious about this bill or the charade that we in this committee are having a serious markup. This is not a serious exercise, but an exercise of partisan parsimony favoring the most fortunate, and especially the billionaire friends and family members of President Trump. And let's consider how we got to this moment. The Republicans weren't serious on Friday when they offered a 28-page bill that was nothing more than a feint. The Republicans were not serious yesterday when they dropped a 400-page substituting amendment barely 24 hours ago that is neither complete nor germane. Republicans are cramming us with what they are calling one big, beautiful bill, but it is really just a big package of gimmicks, feints, and ploys that will add more than $45 trillion to our debt by the middle of the century. That's why we're doing this in such a rushed manner, why Republicans are rushing to hold this hearing in the dark of night, rather than what could easily be held in broad daylight with constructive debate. And in fact, if we wanted to, if they wanted to, we could probably have bipartisan collaboration. Mr. Chairman, I've received thousands of letters from my constituents terrified what's going to happen to their families because of the Republican bill. I've heard from people dealing with life-threatening diagnoses who wonder if they will be able to continue their battle or be able to see their kids and grandchildren grow up. I've heard from parents of children with disabilities that rely on Medicaid for long-term care. Medicaid is a lifeline for these families, and they wouldn't be able to afford to get their children the care they need if Medicaid is taken away. I've heard from one of my constituents whose son is autistic and receives home-based services from Medicaid. She can't afford the home-based supports Medicaid funds for her sons. What's going to happen to her and her family if Medicaid is taken away? I've heard from constituents whose parents are dealing with dementia and wonder if they will be able to provide them the long-term care they need and deserve. How do I tell these people the Republicans' one big, beautiful bill will make their life better when it is so patently obvious that it will make their life harder? Mr. Chairman, in my home state of Illinois, nearly 3.5 million people are enrolled in Medicaid. That's 20% of all Illinoisans.
Medicaid covers 3 in 8 children, 1 in 3 working age adults with disabilities, and 2 in 3 nursing home residents. This big, beautiful bill will not make kids healthier, won't suddenly disappear anyone's disabilities, won't make nursing home care unnecessary. People's needs for these services will not go away, but by cutting Medicaid, their access to life-sustaining, life-saving health care certainly will. Hospitals will close, especially in rural communities already struggling to get care. Nursing homes will either have to close or raise their prices, either way pushing care out of reach for countless seniors. We're here today to consider the nearly 400-page bill. The tax policy in this bill is all smoke and mirrors. The real effect is that millions of Americans will be far worse off because of this one big, beautiful Republican bill. There is nothing beautiful in this bill. It's not going to help people who need support. They're gutting safety net programs, taking away health insurance, and stealing food from families in need. And not just make people worse off now, Americans will be worse off for generations to come. Remember, Republicans are adding more than $5 trillion to the national debt by 2034 and $45 trillion by the middle of the century. A kid born today, before that kid turns 30, this nation will be $45 trillion in debt. And here's the thing. We could keep the current tax rates for 98% of all Americans, everyone making less than $400,000 a year, for a $1.8 trillion package. And we could responsibly cover that figure with smart, bipartisan solutions that help hardworking American families not just make ends meet, but get ahead and give their kids a better future. That's what we should be doing with this bill. That's what we should be doing seriously. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Moore of Utah, you recognize to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to just address a few things in this tax portion of the reconciliation bill. We're going to hear a lot today, and that's the nature of any reconciliation bill. I wasn't on this committee when the Democrats did the American Rescue Plan, but there were just as many arguments on our side against the nature of that bill. And from that, you know, we saw an enormous amount of relief spending that was put into the monetary supply, and subsequently some of the worst inflation that we've ever seen. What we're trying to do here is take what we learned and what we knew from 2017, the tax provisions that took place in 2017, and what that does to economic growth with respect to the entire economy. Let me just highlight a few things that I think are getting missed today in the conversation, and then some things that we're trying to actually address from the 2017. So in 2017, the standard deduction was doubled. So the amount that you can write off on your tax liability was increased by 2x, both for individuals and for married filing jointly. I don't know how to say this over and over again. I don't know how to make this settle in, but that's one of the largest provisions in the bill, along with the child tax credit that goes directly, the largest provisions in the bill, and the benefit goes directly to middle income and lower income Americans. This is not a bill for billionaire relief. I'm sorry, it's just a talking point. The Washington Post has refuted this over and over again. This is just rhetoric. We have to look at the actual pieces of the bill. Okay, the standard deduction was doubled. So what does that do? That means fewer people itemize. And guess what? There was an issue with that. Because charitable organizations realized, fewer people are itemizing, they're less incentivized to give to charities because it's not a tax benefit necessarily, because they're getting such a great big tax break by the standard deduction being increased so big. So what are we trying to do here? Something called the Charitable Act, a very bipartisan piece of legislation that we've worked on in this committee for the last several years, the 2 years that I've been on, is going to get enacted here. And what it does is it provides an above-the-line tax break for those people that are contributing $10 to the Salvation Army, $100 to their local Boys and Girls Club, and just make sure that we're encouraging organizations like the United Way to still get those small dollar donations that are so important. Okay, so that's the kind of opportunity. We haven't been able to do it for the last 4 years. This is a moment where we can do it because this tax bill will, if this gets signed into law. Those are the kind of things that we're working on here. This is important, right? There's things within making sure that I'm a big supporter of private and family foundations. There's provisions in here that I've worked on to make sure to reduce the impact this sector has grown dramatically, and there's already a tax on this sector, and there's work that's being done on this. I've been working really hard to make sure that good work is being shown. There is so much focus in this particular tax bill on making sure that the world that exists outside of public sector and private sector, the nonprofit sector, is actually supported. So lower income, middle income Americans are getting a huge amount of tax relief through the extension of what was done in 2017, which is the majority of this bill. Then you add on things that are also new provisions in this bill that are targeting lower and middle income Americans. It just flies in the face of this concept that it's just for this wealthy class. Let me add in quickly the 199 Cap A provision. This is hugely important for small businesses across the board. That you'll hear from the economy, folks that are involved in this world, focusing on LLCs, partnerships. This is where small businesses generally set up their status, and this is giving a 20 to 23, even an increase on qualified business income relief. That is not some massive benefit to, well, this is a small business type of provision, and this is key to being able to make sure that Utah, for example, it's a state that focuses heavily on small business. We're not big Fortune 500 places, location. We actually are at the backs of small businesses, and it's key that they have tax relief that will help them continue to grow. We did a bipartisan tax bill just last year, last Congress, that had the provisions of R&D, interest deductibility, bonus depreciation, that got unanimous support across the board. Those are the types of things that we're focusing on this bill, and a lot of the rhetoric is just going towards stuff that is just not accurate, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields, like to recognize the ranking member.
Thank you very much. I had not intended to strike the last word to give our colleagues an opportunity, but has the gentleman had a chance to look at the distribution tables that you spoke? To equate $500 for a child with hundreds of thousands of dollars that are going to go to individual filers at the top, billionaires, doesn't make any sense under the magnifying glass of critical analysis. How can we say that this is relief for the little person who's going to get $1 a day compared to people who are multimillionaires who are going to derive an enormous benefit? Digest the distribution tables. This is the Bible of the Ways and Means Committee when it comes to tax policy. I yield back my time, Mr. Richard. Yeah, I'm going to yield to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I just want to add, in regard to the comments my friend from Utah made about the talking points that we're using, I think the ranking member is correct. We're using the distribution tables. This explains exactly who gets what. And the ranking member was very generous to suggest that people on the lower end of the income spectrum get $1 a day. They actually get 72 cents a day, vis-a-vis those on the other end that get $223 a day. These aren't Ways and Means Democratic Party talking points. These are the distribution table, the coin of the realm in the tax world. So to suggest that somehow we're making up numbers in order to make political points is absolutely ridiculous. And I yield back.
Mr. Panetta, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I think we've seen, we've heard, we've read what we could have of this 400-page bill, that this legislation guts benefits to working families to give tax breaks to billionaires, and all the while adding trillions to our debt. And by supporting it, you're giving up our commitment to this country. Look, I recognize how difficult it is to advance tax policies and balance fiscal responsibility with economic growth. Yet if you call yourself fiscally responsible, that type of legislator, or if you call yourself a responsible legislator, you have to realize how thoroughly this bill fails working families, all the while undermining the fiscal state of our nation.
Now, the larger reconciliation bill advances cuts to Medicaid, a program that provides health care for over 71 million Americans. This bill would institute work requirements that would both cut health care spending and push people to work. Look, I get there's dignity in work, but the problem is less with that principle than with the implementation of such a program. Let's be clear. Very few people who receive Medicaid do not work. Just 8% of working-age, able-bodied Medicaid recipients are unemployed without an excuse. Yet it's very difficult to create a policy that targets that 8% and does not sweep others who are vulnerable. Recently, Arkansas tried this. It was such a failure that a court stopped the work requirements less than a year after it started. Why? Way too much red tape that led to 18,000 people losing health care coverage. And it didn't even increase employment. That doesn't just work in Arkansas. That in 2023, the CBO found a similar House Republican plan for work requirements would not increase employment and would lead to the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs because of the decrease in health care spending. I get the idea of work requirements, but they also feed that ideological urge that Medicaid should not be an entitlement. But the fact is that Medicaid is a benefit that working families rely on, yet this bill sacrifices that program for billionaires. You are sticking us with this bill that not only worsens the lives of working families, you are worsening the unsustainable fiscal trajectory of our nation. Currently, our federal debt now exceeds $36 trillion, which is about the size of our economy. But this bill would increase the national debt by $5.3 trillion over the next 10 years, something that is unthinkably irresponsible. Yet this bill takes the easy way out when it comes to adding to our debt and deficit, so much so that they want to ignore the cost of extending the lower tax rates of the TCJA. But let me tell you, working families won't be able to ignore the consequences of this bill. Interest rates will go up, inflation will go up, mortgages will go up, and the average American income will go down. This bill is about stealing from Peter to pay Paul. You're stealing from working families to pay for billionaires. You're stealing not just from our children, you're stealing from the future of this country. By convincing yourself that you're fixing the problem, you're failing to be honest with yourself about meaningful fiscal reform. And by voting for this bill, you're just making things worse. That's why I oppose this bill, and so should you. I yield back.
Mr. Gomez is recognized to strike the last word.
I didn't think Republicans could get any worse, but here we are. But one thing that they do is finally admit that this is one, quote unquote, big, beautiful bill. Calling it beautiful is like putting lipstick on a pig. You might put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig, and the American people don't want to kiss that swine. And at the same time, the American people are witnessing one of the biggest transfers of wealth in the history of this country. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, just down the hall from here, Republicans are voting to slash almost $700 billion from Medicaid, which is the health care for the working class, so that Republicans in this room can then give trillions of dollars in tax breaks to the billionaires, the ultra-wealthy, and the largest corporations in this country. Republicans are literally stealing from the poor to give to the rich. This is in broad daylight, without any shame. They're actually proud of it. And who loses when the Republicans cut Medicaid? It's you, the American people. 51% of new moms and their babies who are covered by Medicaid, they will lose. Seniors that don't get enough coverage through Medicare, they will lose. The son or daughter that doesn't earn enough to cover their parents' assisted living facility bill, they will lose. People that live in rural communities, they will lose. And who represents those constituents? The Republicans. So the Republicans claim to be the pro-family party, but they hardly pass anything that actually values families. Republicans are making it harder for working people to get by, harder for families to welcome a new child, get postpartum care, or cover basic medical needs during one of their most vulnerable times in their lives. But they don't care. Families are struggling. Many are working 2 to 4 jobs a week to make ends meet. They're already stretched thin by the increasing cost of food, housing, and childcare. And now Trump's tariffs are hitting them even more. costing them another almost $4,900 a year in taxes. This doesn't uplift families, it pushes them down. Voters sent us here to lower costs and create real opportunity, and that's what we should be doing. We should make the child tax credit fully refundable and advanceable, make it bigger, and make it pay out monthly. That's how we cut child poverty in this country by 40% during the 1 year it was implemented. We should help families buy their first home and build wealth. We should make child care affordable and guaranteed paid family leave. But this bill doesn't do any of that. That's because the Republicans choose the new billionaire establishment that has taken root in D.C. over their own constituents, over the working class, the ones that they actually talk that they fight for. But we know that that is BS. We know that's not what they're doing. Because the tax cuts don't lie, the tax breaks don't lie, and the people who are going to get rich, who's going to be better off, are the higher folks on the income ladder. That's who gets by. That's who gets wealthy. You know, we should be. So it is one big bill. They're absolutely right, and they're cutting Medicaid in order to pay for it. They're cutting SNAP in order to pay for it. They're cutting everything that working people rely on. So to my Republican colleagues, I have a few questions for you. Are you for the babies or the billionaires? Are you for seniors or the billionaires? Are you for rural communities or the billionaires? Are you for working men and women who are struggling in this economy, who are struggling to save up, to take care of a sick family member, to start a small business, to put a child through college? Are you for the billionaires? Words are cheap. It's your vote that matters. And we all know how you're going to vote. And you're going to say that you're not taking from the poor, that you're not taking from the middle class. So I want you to be honest with the American people. Stop pissing on our leg and telling us it's raining. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strike the last word. Economic chaos, cruelty, and corruption. That's what lies before us. I know there's a lot of tension on a $400 million airplane. That's a distraction that's taken away from the fact that this bill screws America. The cuts in this Screw America bill are rigging the game, stacking the deck for billionaires while leaving working families to play with the losing hand. And while we're dealing with the chaos here in our committee, the other committee down the hall is making the biggest cut to health care in U.S. history. In the other committee down the hall, they're cutting nutrition assistance for children and seniors. And they're planning on doing so in the middle of the night, under the cover of dark, because you don't have enough courage to bring this bill before the American people to read it aloud and tell them who actually benefits. Why are they doing this? To pay for their Screw America tax cuts for billionaires. Mr. Chairman, the committee's not in order. Let's break down those cuts. If you're lucky, you might get $1,000. But Elon Musk, he'll pocket over $300,000 per year because of this big, beautiful bill. That's $762 every single day. Their Screw America plans to gut $300 billion in new private sector investments in clean energy solutions. How does it screw Americans? Simple. By repealing the credits, that raises household energy costs by $110 a year. That means that so-called $1,000 tax cut for middle-class families is now worth $890. This bill does nothing to address the housing crisis. Nothing. Nearly half of the renters in Nevada spend an excessive portion of their monthly income on housing. Democrats have a plan for that. Republicans, they're handing out another tax break to Jeff Bezos. Rents in Las Vegas have risen 30%. What was once $1,500 a month is now $1,900. The cause? Institutional speculators buying up homes. That's why my Home Act would directly address this. But Republicans, they just gutted the FTC and handed more power back to corporate landlords to jack up the rent. So that $890 tax cut now is worth $440. Even a free program to help people file their taxes is on the chopping block by Republicans. Industry estimates show that on average, Americans spend about $200 to file a simple return. So this is just more money out of your pocket. And we can't forget the blanket tariffs, which are taxes that American consumers pay, not foreign governments. President Trump is weaponizing tariffs, not to boost U.S. manufacturing and workers, but to punish allies and to raise cost on consumers. That's a tax hike, one that could cost the average U.S. household $2,800. So remember that $440 I talked about? It's now wiped out. You're now losing over $2,000. Remember Elon Musk and other billionaires like him? He's still saving nearly $1,000 a day. That's the Screw America agenda. So how are Republicans planning to give Elon Musk more money? By slashing vital programs like nutrition assistance, like Medicaid. 2/3 of seniors in nursing homes are on Medicaid. My grandmother lived in a nursing home for 27 years of her life after suffering a debilitating stroke. 1 out of 10 of our veterans are on Medicaid. These are lifelines for more than 500,000 and 811,000 Nevadans, respectfully. So let's be serious. Show me where there is relief for working families. Show me where there is relief for rural communities. Make rural America great again? Their method? A tax break for large international corporations. Republicans want to give the American people, they want to give you pennies while handing out gold bars to billionaires. So as we begin this process, and yeah, I'm going to fight all night, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking my colleagues to break from Donald Trump, break from this cruelty, break from this economic chaos, and join with us to chart a different path forward, one that ensures that we give permanent tax breaks to moms and dads and small businesses, not to billionaires and big corporations. Let's get serious about lowering costs. Work with us to hold corporate interests accountable. And if you're serious about serving the people, not the lobbyists in D.C., then work with us and not this Screw America bill that inflicts so much pain on the American people. I yield back.
Votes have been called. We will recess until the last vote's been taken, and the committee will start immediately after the